Hi there, my name is Paul and I've worked for Sony Technical for many years and attended just about every course that they ever done. I like to specialise in digital video and audio, and to that end we're going to have a look at one of these portable DATs today and try and sort it out. Should be no problem, hopefully. I'll give you a quick look around my workbench first, so you can see roughly, because it's interesting. People like to see things like this, so I'll do that first. Hold on. Well, here's our starting point. There's a variable temperature desoldering station, which goes down to this thing, and all the various bits for it. There's a variable temperature Weller soldering station. There's a couple of digital machines there that I use for audio references and things. There's a watt meter and of course a flute meter. And as you can see, quite a few of these little DAT machines in, and the 7s and the 8s, all in for servicing and repair. And of course there's no parts available for these at all, with Sony have got nothing for them anymore. Just various bits and pieces in storage. One digital scope, one analog scope, a frequency generator, and a variable voltage, variable current, power supply, some bits and pieces, some tools, and some more tools, and that's about it. So without going on, we're gonna get into this little Sony and see if I can help anybody out there with problems that they may be having with it. Right, well, I'm really not very good at making these videos, not very experienced with it at all, but I will try to do my very best. But I've only got one camcorder and one tripod. Anyway, this is a machine that's just been sent in, and I have to say it's in remarkable condition. It's very nice, and I'm running on an external 6-volt power supply. One thing I noticed straight away is that the light doesn't work on the actual unit. Nothing at all. Now that's nearly always the transformer, a step-up transformer inside the unit that fails. However, sometimes the display does fail too. Now I have got one or two displays in stock, but the transformers, they're made by TDK, and they're just not available anymore. It's not a done thing. So without further ado, we want to see if this thing laces up, or whatever it wants to do, really, see what it does. So we're just going to open it up, and I'm going to try to get you a better look inside it than you've got, so if you hold on. I'll tell you, I do admire these people that do loads of these YouTube videos, because it's just so difficult to do. Anyway, let's have a little look and see what we can find in here, see what situation is before we put a tape in it, really. A couple of things to look for are what condition the oh, you can't really see it, that's the back torque there, but you've got a little brake down here, and it's just to see that they're okay, that the brakes are okay on both sides. And here's the other one here. I know you can't see it very well, so it's not a lot I can do really. I'll try moving the light maybe, and that's all you can do with it. So just make sure they're okay. The next thing to do is the latch here. Just poke that down and see how that returns. Now this returns not as quick as it should do. It's not throwing itself fast really very quickly, and that would indicate to me that the grease has gone thick over the years. Remember, these are some years old. But what we can do is we'll trick the latch so that now the unit thinks that the front of it is closed, We're just going to trick it as well to make it think that it's got a tape on board it, which is by pushing down the first one of the, you've got two little white, see if I can get them onto view for you, switches there, look. First one on this side here, is the cassette protection switch, and this one is a cassette in switch. So if we put that on, just press that one down, bloody hell, that one down like that, the unit now thinks that there's a cassette in and the lid is closed. So we can now see what we're doing. We can now hit the play button and see what happens, and try it. Right, a little tiny buzz of the mech. Oh, I don't know if you see anything, if you can see it there, but hold on, let me see if I can get a better view for you, hold on. Oh, popsy thing. Well, that's the very best I can do to get a view for you. It's very awkward for me to work on from this angle too. But anyway, I'm just going to trick that switch again and hit the play button, and you see what I can see. Right, there's a small I see the loading arms are trying to move forward there, then it stops, winds tape back in, and it's not going to do anything. So if I put a tape in this, the actual result is going to be, it won't tangle the tape, but it's not going to do anything. It's not going to play, it's not going to do anything at all of any use. This is a cutaway tape that I use. It's primarily to be able to see the mech movement when they've got the lid off of it, and any alignment problems that you might have with it. But I'll try that in there, and all it should do is what I just said, really, nothing. Right, so if we hit play, and look, we load, that's the arms trying to go forward. They're not going to load, so they're going to come back, put the tape back in the cassette, and that's it. It's now waiting there for the next command, which it will do nothing with as well. So my experience tells me that this problem is going to be at the top of the deck. So we're going to go over to the top of the deck and have a little look around there first, and then after that we'll remove the circuit boards from the bottom, go through the gearbox on it, lubricate the gearbox, reassemble it, set the timing and adjust the FM, and then we should have what hopefully is a working unit, unless we have to start changing out capacitors and things and any other problems that it may have, because believe me, you can get some really nasty problems with these units. So enough said, let's try and get this in a position where you can see it, which should be about there. What I'm going to do first of all is just take the top of it off, so I can get to the bits and pieces and see what's tight and what's not. You know, whether grease has gone hard on the loading arms. So we'll just unplug it and take the two screws out of the back. Leave it open when you're doing that, then you should be able to just lift the back up and slide the two clips out like that. That gives you a nice firm access to the deck. It's tight on the ribbon cable, but it's okay to leave it like that. We're going to take that all off anyway, so it's all going to come apart. The mechs on these have come under a lot of criticism for being very fragile, and I can understand why, but the reality of it is that Sony have tried to put so much into this little box as a recorder that everything's just on the just about working and on the fragile side. There's only one motor that does all the loading and unloading. Capacitor motor that does the lacing and delacing, fast forward, rewind, play, and the head drum motor. When you change the heads on these, you have to change the head amp with it, because the head amp and the head will come as a set pair, because they're tuned in the factory to be a set pair. If you don't use a set pair, you might find it plays okay, but it won't record okay. It will be making a right racket. It will be cutting in and out and going all digital and horrible, and it won't be any good. So let's get this loading tray out as well. It makes life a little bit easier. Just take the 2 screws out the sides on them. There's only 2 screws, and then it goes down on a metal plate. This is incredibly awkward to do for the camera. So I'll move the camera a bit. Alright, it's just an overall view. I hope it's a bit better. I can't get the lighting right, and I haven't got a very good camera here. It's a Panasonic, should be a Sony really. Anyway, take the other screw out of the loading deck on the other side. If you have this screwdriver magnetised, it makes life a lot easier. So, I always put them in a little tray. If you leave that arm slightly to the right, and the other one's slightly to the left, it's just these arms here, and then the tray will come out. And that's the tray out of the way. It makes life a lot easier. And remove the base plate, which is simply 2 screws. One in the corner here, and one over the other corner. Whenever you're working on these, they are very, very fine mechanisms, I have to say, and it's very important that you don't damage the video head in them really. It's not recommended. Take the base plate out, that covers some of the gears. That's your mech exposed. That's what we want to see. Now then, let's just go through now and see what moves and what doesn't. There's 2 spring, like once the loading arms are in their mature position, fully laced, there's 2 back springs, one for but this one, I'll try to get a closer view because it's just terrible. This is one loading arm for lacing, and this is the other loading arm for lacing. And when they go forward and they meet their maturity, they're spring loaded against the end stops, and this loading arm is spring loaded by the spring here. I hope you can see it. And this loading arm is by this spring here. And be ultra careful when you take these things apart, because if you get a spring spray off or anything like that, you're in big trouble, because you can't get any of the parts. There are no parts available for this. I have some parts, but basically there's not a lot of parts, and you'll end up having to use donor units and things like that. This is the opto emitter, which goes to your 2 end stops, very similar to VHS. So that's what indicates the top and end of the tape when it comes to it. Let's see if I can give you a quick view over here. This is the mech loading motor, which we'll see in more detail in a minute or two. Then you've got this is just one spring loading arm that's on a spring, and that is actually returning back slowly as well. So I give an indication here that all the grease is fading at some point here. Nothing is quickly and snappy as it should be, and that is downright barbaric. That's not coming back at all, this load. If you look at this one here, it's for lacing, this white one, that should be spring loaded, and when I let go of it from there, from that position, it should spring back to that position instantly. As you can see, it's not even moving back. That's not good at all, and the spring is there for it. So it's got problems with that, as long as the head moves freely, which we'll just check. Yeah, head moves nice and free. You'll notice on this, compared to a VHS tape, that there's no control head. That doesn't use a control head. It's all done with reading off of the tape with the audio head. It's helically span as usual, and what happens is that all the pieces are picked up off of the DAT tape, and they're assembled in processor, and then output to the DA converter. So it doesn't need a control head, but it does use this for inputting time codes and track start and stop markers and things like that. Capacitor motors over here, pretty standard stuff, basically bomb proof, never really goes wrong with the capacitor motor. But the capacitor motor does drive all of the take up spools and the supply spools, and it even controls all the lacing and delacing. There are two mech mode switches on this unit, on these units, and they do cause problems. It's the grease again that's causing the problems, so you have to look at those. The next thing to check on this, so you're now getting an overall view on how rough it is the adjustment posts on the input and the output of the head. They should be tight. Well, this one's not bad. It's sort of just about you can move it quite easy, and this one's not bad at all. Not bad. Usually they spin round very easily, and it keeps going out of alignment. The head tape will keep going out of alignment with the head. So there are two little tiny brass screws down here that you have to tighten up to stop this from happening. And sometimes these pop out, that one there and that one there, if it's loading position, and when they come out, what happens is that it can't load it up at all, or can't lace it or unlace it at all. End result is that it will just show an error 10 on the screen, usually an error 10 on the screen. And these are your what are called dull brakes. All they have to do is to slow down, put a bit of drag on each one of the spindles when necessary, to stop spin off. These are your brakes. That's one brake. Do you know, I hate doing videos. I just can't see what I'm doing on the screen and what I'm doing down here. That's the other brake. There's two brakes on this side, one brake on this side. This is the one that wears out quite commonly. This brake. Just here, this one was on this spring. I don't know if you can see I'm moving it now. And the result of that is because it spins off tape. The result of that, it spins off tape inside the cassette or outside of the cassette. And the net result is it either jams up or it will come up with error code, because the take-up spool will be turning, but the supply spool won't be turning because of the slack tape inside it. And as these spools are both monitored by the processor, the end result will be that the machine will shut down. It will just stop. So we've got to this position, and we know that we know that the loading arms are no longer they're not loading for some reason. We don't know the reason why, but I suspect the grease. So the next thing we've got to do, see, that one starts to move. This one I don't think has got any give in it at all. No giving it at all. Really, I can just move it and it stops a little bit, move it a little bit and it stops. Which is a nuisance. So to get to that, we're going to have to go through the bottom. And so the very next thing to do is we'll just close this down, lift this up, snap them down, like that. Lay the top closed, turn it over, take out these 4 screws. I have to say, this all feels very virginal, this unit. It's usually the screws are all slack in the wrong places, the wrong screws, and they don't have that snappy feel when you undo them. This does, which would indicate that it's not been messed around with. And most of these DAT machines, the ones I get sent in, are messed around with. And it's more of a labour of love than anything else doing them. Right, get the screws out. That was being a real bitch to get out. Take your back plate out, the bottom off, sorry, and your battery lid off. You're going to want to take off these 2 wires here. They just go down to a capacitor that sits across the battery. And the idea of it was that if the contacts are a little tiny bit iffy, then any spikes or transients that are caused because the battery's contacts, the capacitor will compensate, because they're very small in time. That is very small in time. This is a typical inside of the 8 and the 7. The 8 does have some differences. But number 1, it's got a different sampling rate on it that you can choose, which is equivalent to a CD. And number 2, it's got an automatic head cleaner built in. These are I've got a couple of boards here that I use for testing and things. That's the display unit that we're going to be going to in a minute. That's on the other side, the lid. And this is, of course, this board right here. If I turn it that way up, then it shows it in its correct orientation. It's just a replacement board that I use sometimes just to find out whether these faults are mech driven or board faults, because the processor has very fine tolerances in time as to how long things should take to be done, and it throws up all sorts of errors and that, and they could be mechanical or they may be electrical, you don't know. And we're just going to whip these 2 wires off and do it at an angle so that we don't melt this. This always gets melted when somebody's been playing with it, the plastic here. They always gets melted when they solder it because they do it at the wrong angle. This one is absolutely whistle clean. It's you know, I mean, this is as it comes out of the factory. Can't get better than that. So we'll just take off those 2 wires. And we are going to be stripping down the unit out of its external casing as well, but for the moment we're not going to be. Just take a few minutes in a minute when I get to that part. Next thing is remove the record level knob. So normally I would sellotape these down to the casing, but as I'm taking it out of the casing, it's probably not a good idea to do that. I am going to, however, remove the lid, which is this ribbon cable here. The other one with a felt on it is the FM input from the heads, and that one's got a felt on it because it's slightly at an angle, and we had lots of problems with them coming unplugged. and that was stopped by just putting a bit of felt on it. Sony does like its felt. Take it off, bend it straight, and slide it out. And if it's gone closed, like this one has, then what you can do is take your pick tool, and it's just about here, slide it over inside underneath the circuit board, and that will open the unit manually. Lift up the plastic so you don't pull the white bit off, because that is a nuisance if you damage these ribbon. Like I say, literally nothing is available for them anymore. Oh, this one's being a killer. Does not want to come out. One thing you must do with any of these units is just not put any stress on anything, because these ribbon cables are quite old and they do tear. And it's almost as if they know it. However, this one should be careful, because I have got a replacement for it if it starts. Lovely. And that takes off the display unit, which in essence is this board here, although this board is cut down so it can be used for servicing purposes. Is that board. So you can plug this board in without having to take this board out. However, this board is going to be taken out, because I want to be able to show you the phosphorescent display and how to test it. It's not that deep, not that difficult. None of it's difficult. So I mean, it's difficult, but it's not complicated. Sony don't make things very complicated. They tend to use one technology and stick to it vigorously. So you can take off this bit of felt. Stick it over here because I don't use it. That will take out the record tape. This comes straight from the amplifier, the head amp, which I said is a tuned unit, which comes in a turn it over, you can see that you get the video head, the head drum motor, and also a tuned head amp that comes with it whenever you get one of these. Their heads are not interchangeable without the head amp. I know I'm repeating myself on that, but it happens a lot and it's a real pain when it happens. Anyway, nip that out, slip the one underneath, just slacken it off, no need to take it out yet. This top one, this is that bottom one is, by the way, that one is the which way there? That one there is the capstan motor, and for the capstan motor, and this one is for the board, the bottom board, which is the real sensors, the end sensors, the end emitters that all go through this, and also the mech mode switch. So you just slacken that one off. Any of these, if you pull them, you tear them, it'll break the wires. It'll be such a headache, you wouldn't believe it. Then there's one here which is going to the front. This one goes to the front, which is the volume, eject, and hold. So slide that out and be careful that you don't break that one. So take it over so it's straight. Then remove the full of these deck screws. And sometimes when they're new and they've not been opened before, like this one, sometimes they can be very, very tight. So the best way to go about this is to do the service on the mech first. After you've serviced the mech, then you can look for any electrical problems that you might have with the board. Those 4 screws that are holding this down are different to all the other screws. Lift this up. There's another screw inside as well. So, and one of the important things that you don't do is break any of the little switches off. But we can now lift this up like that, and now it will come out of the 2 that we've opened. That's the capstan motor one just come out, and we'll do move the other one so that that's it, so that the mech mode switches and all that comes out. Then take this wire off, this one off here, the ribbon cable off here. All this one is the drum motor assembly. That's it, board's out. This is the thing, culprit, that nearly always goes on these FL displays, those luminescent displays. So this little circuit is a high voltage generator for the display, and that is your little DC regulator for supplying the motherboard. This is the motherboard. These caps I've had very little experience of them ever needed to be changed. I have had to change them, but not very often. It's nearly always these ones that cause the problems, and the problems will be playback at different levels, recording at different levels. So these are the ones you need to swap out. These ones when this problem happens under here, and they're not difficult to do. You might notice that there's a couple of LEDs under the underside of this board. There are also a couple of LEDs on this side of the board. And what they're for is just to, when you change the position of this switch, which takes you through, cycles you through the manual, music and speech, as it switches in different circuits, because the logic of it is quite complicated, but once you know it, you know it. It just light 2 up and then 1 up, to show you what position you're in. But for the meantime, we can take it as read that this board's okay, but I am of course suspicious of a transformer because they said there's no display. However, we'll put that to one side. Now then, this is where all the problems are on these machines every time. As I said, this capstan, it drives a load of cogs down here. This cog is directly taken off the capstan as I'm moving it. It moves on to this cog, this cog, this cog, and eventually, when engaged, your loading arms. And as they are engaged, we might as well just see what they do. Oh, that is stiff. See, the capstan's bouncing back on itself as I put it down. And loading arms, you can just see one that's having a go at starting, but it's not having it really. So we're going to take the gearbox off, get to the mode positioning mech mode switch, of which there's 2, but 1 exclusively for the loading. And to do that, we've got to take out the next 3 screws on the gearbox. Again, these are dedicated screws to the gearbox. When you take this out, you can kiss goodbye to all your mech timing, because it'll all go out the window. So we'll have to retime it, because if it's not synced properly, well, it won't work. There we go. Get them out of the way. Get this gearbox off. All we do now, after you've got the 3 screws out, is just simply lift it out. That's your gearbox. And that comes with, it first of all looks like it's as simple as anything, but it gets more complicated the further you get into this. It really does. And that's quite stiff. Probably a grease error yet again. That's not bad, that one. as you can see, not that one, and this one which is linked to the other one. Let's turn the catch off by holding the little tiny catch just up there. Goes onto this big plate on the back with a spring, and that's the latch, and it is for this gear here. So with that latch off, oh my, that is tight. That should be very, very springy. And I've put the lever latch off so it will latch. Bang, there, it's latched over to that side, that cog. And if we release the latch, it will go back to the centre. And then if we push this over down, this lever down, it will go over to that side and latch, and that will release the latch again. And that is very important. Without that, you won't have any fast forward or rewind, and a lot of people suffer with these units that they've got no rewind. You can hear everything whirring, it's whirring away, but it's not actually. There's no drive to the spools, and that's because it's been pulled over by the mech mode switch. This lever has been pulled over, but it hasn't latched, and it's always because the grease is too thick on this. And what we do with this is we just take the two spools off and soak it in paraffin. But in the meantime, let's have a little look at this loading system. As you can see now, the capstan drives all of these spools. This is the loading for the loading arms. This one here, this big cog. You don't want to put any stress on it if it's not loading, because it'll break the teeth and you can't get another one. So the next thing to do is you've got to take off that micro washer there and this micro washer here. We'll just take them off now. And now when you take these off, be very careful not to lose them, because if they fly off, you won't get a replacement. So using my pick tool, I go into the centre of it, just slide one side of it up like that, and grab hold of it. And that's it, it's off. And I'll put that over here on this lolly stick. It can stay there. This cog can now be removed, which means that now you can check for freedom of movement between the capstan and all the other drives, and that is absolutely fine. There's no problems there at all. If you're slightly suspicious, hold the capstan still, wiggle these drives, and there should be a little bit of play in it, about the movement of half a tooth. And as you can see, all these cogs are moving, so there is no problem there. So that will drive the capstan and vice versa. Here's our problem. This is where the loading arms load and lace up and unlace. So we're going to take this off, and at the bottom of this there is a mode switch on this this loading arm gear. That just tells the processor what position it's in for loading and unloading, or lacing and delacing. Okay. Now then, that will come up. If you take this back as much as you can, it's not going to really oh, it is going there. We are. It's interesting to note that the end of this, because you've got to line this up underneath, the end, there's an easy way, there's a couple of ways of doing it, but if you think of the end tooth of this meets that notch on the circuit board, that's the end tooth there, and there's the through hole on the circuit board right there, and it lines up with that. So we'll take it off. Now that gives us there's your mode switch, well, first of the mode switches, and on the bottom of this course you've got a couple of terminals like that. We'll clean all that and put that back together shortly. underneath here there's a little brass, little brass washer, goes up and down. That relates to a little spindle here on the back of this cog or mode switch arrangement. And we've got to get that back into there. It mustn't be anywhere else, so we'll have a nosy at that when we put that back together. First of all, we've got to clean this all up. But now we should have full freedom of movement on the loading arms. That's the theory, and in practice it's not happening. Oh, it's as stiff as anything, that one is. That one's being behaved, this one's stiff. Usual fault for these to be stiff, the usual culprit that is rather, is there's a little screw there. I don't know if you can see it. Just about make it out there. It's right underneath all the on-screen display stuff on my TV that I'm watching, and I can't see it. Right, it's there. There's two of them. One there, and the other one is just there. Now, inside them, they've got little sliders. So we're going to take each one out. Okay, that's a little bit better. I've got to take this off, but I know my hands are going to be in the way. We'll unscrew this. But having said that, it's more important that I don't lose these parts. Right, once that's off there, you can take this out like that, which is lovely. That shows you that the actual loading arm is good to go. Look, it's not stiff at all. It's in fact all the way up to the top now. We just bring it all the way back down. And there it is. That moves totally freely. So my suspicions are it's going to be this. It's called pre-tensioning loading pin. However, everybody else calls it a pain in the arse. You take the little screw out the centre. Be careful because these are all specialised parts. They're not interchangeable. They are. These two arm loaders are interchangeable with each other, but there's nothing off the shelf that you can fit into these. That should just drop out of there, and it's not having it. As stiff as anything. I suspect this loading arm's okay. Maybe that bit tight on this as well. So we're going to have to get this out somehow. Can't even turn it, that's why it's so jammed up. What it is, it's a long collar that goes down the inside. I don't want to have to take the spring off because they're bloody nuisances to put on, but back on. And they do take a special tool for it, for doing them. Right, well this is not going to play ball, this I don't think. So what we'll do is we'll take it all the way back to here, lift this up and out. That's your loading post right, which is exit as opposed to supply. And this is the little bit that's causing all the grief. This little bit here. So that, I should be able to hold this bottom plate here and move this top plate like that. It's actually moving there. It's very stiff. don't know if you can see that, it's very stiff. You can see the grease underneath there, and it's just set, you know, it's just set. That's all there is to it. And the actual collar, that should slide out. See, once this is screwed down, this collar screwed to the bottom of the base plate, nothing's going to move on this arm because the collar's not moving inside. Oh, I've got it to move a little bit. The collar's just not moving inside inside its cup. So try pushing it out from the bottom. I don't know if you can see. I'll push it out from the bottom, and there's a gap opening up. Be very careful the spring doesn't go off. Well, and it's out. That's it, off and out. You can't put this back before it's been cleaned. So as not to bore you, I shall clean these two parts, come back during lubrication, and all I use to clean it is isopropylene alcohol, or if you haven't got that, you could use methylated spirits, or even indeed lighter fuel, lighter petrol. So I'll clean this one and come back to you, and I'm going to lubricate it and put it back in, and then we're going to have a look at this one and these posts. I mean, that is wrong, totally wrong. I mean, it should twang back, a bit like this one does, but it's slow as well, so it's going to have to come off and be looked at. But the pinch wheel is in nice condition. In fact, it's in very nice condition. There's no hardening on the rubber at all. Never adjust this post back here. I mean, you can adjust them, but you've got to use alignment tapes, of course, and get the FM just right, and then you can then go back to adjusting the rest of it. So this is the actual reference point, as it were. It's like a reference guide that keeps everything in the same place, but it's fairly obvious. It's got red paint on the top of it, it's right next to the capstan, it's not that accessible, it doesn't move at all, and it's fairly obvious that it's something special, and it's highly chromed and polished, and it's not to be messed with. Right, so I'm going to get this done and then come back. Okay, that one's all cleaned. With the loading arm here, I said earlier about whether or not this becomes loose. They usually do. This one, it's not bad. But what you do is, whilst you've got it apart, there's a little tiny brass screw just here, with usually got a bit of red paint on it. Put your driver on board it. It's just a slot screw, it's not Phillips. And just tighten up a little bit. As we've got it apart, might as well do that, and it's done. This now is a lot tighter, which means it won't slip, but it's got one real problem having it tighter. When we set the FM up, the head alignment up, it's going to be a real a real pain to do. And whilst you've got it out, mate, just give it a quick clean with a bit of isopropylene and cotton bud. Once you've done that, then just make sure that you don't touch it. You need that, so it's got to be grease and oil free, that part. Put it down here with the rest of my bits and pieces that I've got ready to put on. Back on. Unfortunately, this one doesn't come apart quite as easy as the one on the supply one here. It takes a lot more getting to it. It just doesn't come off as easy, but it does actually feel very free, this one. However, I'm going to take it off and re-lube it because I just want to make sure that it's all going to be 100% when it goes back together. I don't want anything to come bouncing back or anything like that. This base plate, you can always just wipe away that bit of grease that they put on there. Always recommended, because you can see it on the cotton bud here. It's black, it goes hard, and it's not very good for lacing up. I use different sorts of grease for different parts in this machine. We'll become familiar with those as we go along and progress on this video. That seems to be taking forever and I haven't even started yet. But anyway, that's nice and clean. You don't use a lot of grease on this, but the sort of grease you want to use on the loading and unloading there is mollicite and stuff. You can just see it's the whole word there. And that's a white grease to look at, but it won't set hard over time. It stays for it doesn't dry out at all. It stays in fluid state all the time. You just take a little bit of that on the end of a cotton bud and you put it, if I can try and get there, just a little bit on the loading tray assembly like that. Not all the way up to the top, it'll carry that up to there. That is all you put on. That is all it needs. More than that, and it's doing yourself no favours at all, because it will just spread everywhere and it will spread out over the circuit board like that, and it will just look a bloody mess, which of course we don't want. Okay, with this loading post, one of the other problems that you get with these, apart from that screw going slack, is that this pin here drops out. This one is very tight. If they drop out and they come apart, little tiny, clean them first, little tiny drop of super glue on them and press them back in with a vice or a pair of pliers. That's all you need to do. This one is now ready to be reassembled. Now, the first thing we do is slide in the upper track part, which is this underneath that's on there. That's about all you need. Nope. Slide my luck. There we go. That's can't lift out, and that is in there. This one at the front end of it isn't in, because you don't want it in yet. So that's quite happy to slide around up and down on that grease, and there's no restriction of movement. The bit that I cleaned, this bit and the collar that goes through it, the collar now fits into it very, very easily. So I won't bother putting that in for the moment. I'll just put this back in. And what we've got to do is get the bottom circle on that arm, on that loading arm assembly, to hook into the bottom of the loading arm. And it's very, very fiddly to do when I'm working almost upside down, because I want to get the view for the camera, because it's nothing worse than watching videos where you can't see what's going on. I do understand that, but I do apologise. I'm doing the best I can. Okay. Once it's through there, it's got to then be through the base plate as well, which now it is. So this bit now comes back over to where it first started, where all the trouble began. just place it on its post. So we're going to place it on its, I'll try and do it so you can see it, place it just there on its post there. If you now bring the arm back, holding this over the post, it will then, you've got to line this back up with this little pin. It will then come back to that rested position. There it is there. It's all ready now for that little screw to be put in. The only thing I would say now is you use a little tiny bit of watchmaker's oil. It's actually, you know, it is specifically for watchmakers, and it is perfect for this job. A little applicator. Oh yeah, well, actually I need a bigger applicator than that. There we are. And just put it in the oil. Little tiny dab there, and that's that, all lubed up, ready to rock and roll. And actually I will put a little bit, just, you know that bit that I showed you where the grease was, that's been taken off the grease now. There we go, a little tiny bit of watchmaker's oil there too. Get the watchmaker's oil off of eBay. So we're all oiled up. We've got freedom of movement. Right. Our next step is for me to do the same to this one, this side. So I won't bore you, I won't carry on chattering, I'll just take it apart and do it, and speed the video up so you can see it speed it up. Okay, it's all lubed up now, the parts are back in. A loading arm and the supply arm and the return arms are now in, and they move nice and freely. As we can see here, this moves nice and freely. You can see a little bit of play just here, which is right, you should see that. Same this side, it moves nice and freely. You might notice a little bit of play is just up here, which is where the drive to this arm comes, and it's all driven by this this slide plate here, this one. And that slides across and will load the loading arms up. It slides across because it's driven by that gear underneath. If you remember, now the loading arms are loaded up, and if we carry it, that's that piece there that I said about earlier, the brass washer, that's what's done it. Then it comes back down on that cog will bring it back down to there, and then back around, and your loading arms will come back home. Okay, so having said that, this slider plate here needs to be lubricated at this point here, where it's on the pin on the chassis, and this point here where it's on the pin on the chassis. So we'll lubricate them in a minute. We're just going to make sure that our loading arms up here are nice and free. And this one's not as free as I'd like it to be. This one. Pinch wheel is lovely, no problems there. There very rarely is. So you want a little bit of lubricant now, just on that sliding arm in the right places again. I've taken the grease off of it. That's one. Two pieces of this, just watch oil. Very important. It's important that you lubricate this mechanism after you've degreased it up here, but it's also very important that you don't over lubricate it, or you don't lubricate it in all the wrong places. And basically anywhere that's metal to metal like that, you're okay to put a little bit of lubricant on it, and I always do. And it will stop all sorts of problems. Because the main problem with these units are, of course, that the grease gets thick over age. I mean, if you look on eBay, you've got some of these units at an absolute ridiculous price, and they say, oh, it's never been used, it's still in the box. So what? The capacitors still dry out over time, the grease still hardens over time, the pinch wheels deteriorate and go hard over time. It's time, not the amount of use. In fact, if they've been used, they're usually in better condition because it's kept everything mobile. The reality is that having something brand new, oh, I've had this for 10 years, it's still in the box and it's never been out of the box, brand new sealed package, you're walking into a head load of trouble, because they've all sorts of problems with stuff that's been sitting around like that. It's no good at all. Anyway, what we're going to do now is just going to take off this this pin here, because it should be snapping back at a rate. Look, I'm letting go of it and it's just slowly coming back. That is going to cause your tape to be caught out of the side of the cassette, and you're going to have a right little mess on your hands where it's wrecked your tape. And that tapes you don't like to wreck them. I mean, I don't like to wreck them. I've got one that's a bit of a bitzer for just all sorts of things, but you know, I don't like to wreck that tapes. In a minute we'll go down. We're going to go down to this part of the mech from where I am from my screwdriver downwards in a minute. First of all, we want to finish this part off, which is going to involve removing this one, this white one here, and removing this white one here, cleaning them and lubing. See, the more I've used it, moved it, the quicker it's starting to come down. And that's the same. That's like a brand new unit. I mean, this unit has probably not had a lot of time used. I can check the hour count on it. But these things, the grease has just gone hard. If I move it around a little bit, now it's coming back quite quickly. So when you buy something that's brand new, never been out of the box, you put a tape in it and they sit there and they chew the bloody tapes up straight away. And they're not actually that useful. But anyway, I'm just going to undo these, take them off, and okay. Why these two pins look different is because this one here, they've got a round domed head on them, chromed, and this one here The reason for them being different is because they locate into the bottom of the cassette and they depict the cassette height, which is obviously very important for the setting up the head lacing and things. Although these aren't critical, they just screw down tight, well not tight but firm, and that's all you have to worry about. So if you remove that one and that one, we'll then be able to lift out these arms because they're a bit sticky. So I just use a little nut runner to take them both out. They're both the same size, the same thread and everything, so they're interchangeable with each other. Okay, they're off. And we take this one out, this loading arm out, because it's got to be cleaned and oiled. All you do is you just take the spring back like that so that it's not in the way. Take it over the other side and just forget about it for the time being. This now should come straight out, this one. Indeed it does. Same applies to this side. I'll do it left-handed so you can see. You take the spring over the top, out of the way, and just basically forget about it there. Slide this one forward. You may have to hold the spring back slightly. So hold the spring back and lift it out. That's all there is to it. Then clean them, clean the posts. Same old story. A little bit of isopropylene alcohol on a cotton bud. Just go in and clean the posts on both sides. Just one. Two. Then go down and clean the inside of the the arms, because where they slide over the posts, they get just as bad as the posts do with grease. Okay, everything's cleaned, ready to go back in. A little bit of watch oil on the posts. That's nice and free. This was the one that was really quite bad. As you can see, that's nice and free as well. Pop the springs back into place. and then put the cassette height gauges back in place. They're reference gauges, and I know it's not going to stay in this nut runner, so I'll just tip it up a little bit. Just put this one on. I'm going to tip it up again for this one, so you can still see it hopefully. That's it, job done. So now these, there's a bit of lint got in there. Look. Now these should snap closed nice and freely, and this one here, which was a real nasty job, it was very slow in its return. As you can see now, it's quite vigorous, which is exactly how it's meant to be. So should be able to exercise the slider plate by accessing it down here with a pick. Slide it across, load times go up, and those little bits in there, as you see, flip back into place quite nicely, these two tape guides. So there's no reason now why this won't load. It will be quite happy and load quite merrily, because as you can see there, it's nice and free, got loads of movement on it. So that's no problem at all. I'm going to switch up now and move to this part, the bottom part of this mech. As we've now serviced this top part, apart from cleaning the pinch wheel and just general clean around, you know, you've got to do a general clean around it. Anything where there's metal to metal, a little tiny bit of lubricant, but we're talking about little tiny bits of lubricant on these mechs. It's in lovely shape, this unit is, it really is. It's one of the best ones I've ever seen. It's virtually out of the box. There's no marks or anything. I mean, the brakes are in beautiful condition. They're solid. They're no trouble. So they're not going to need me to do them. And this drag usually these are off, and you have to put them back on. And you would put them on. I'll just check and see if they're not loose. If they are loose, I'll take them out, I'll take them off and then put them on properly. Yeah, you see, they have, with age, the glue has, in fact you can even see the strands of glue there. The glue is not good on it. I mean, it's coming apart. And that's with age. It's because you can see they've got no use on the pads at all. And these two are just going to just come with age. Look, again, you could advertise something as being nice and brand new, but it's the age of it. So we're going to take that out, this bar out. It's nice and easy to do. We're just going to move the loading mech up a little bit, or even all the way. That was so vigorous to get up there. It just snapped up there. Didn't need it as far as that. That'll do. All you've got to do is slacken this spring and lift this plate out, which we'll do. Always put a finger over the spring or a pick. I like this pick. I use this an awful lot. It's so sharp, sharper than any pin, and I keep it sharpened all the time because it's just so useful. Slide this plate up now, then you've got to lever back this loading on just this little bit. It's all it is the back tension on the actual pinch wheel. That's what it's for, that's what it does. And then this plate will come out. Make sure we don't lose the spring. And the plate's out. We'll put it on one side and we're going to work on that in a minute. First of all though, it's the same old routine. Clean up the old and put on the new lubricants. You notice that I'm not using a lot of grease at all. It's nearly all watchmakers oil. It's been found that just stands the test of time. So we just clean up these positioning arms, the positioning plates. Get through copious amounts of these cotton buds, I can assure you. And once you're happy that you've cleaned them and you've got them all clean, anywhere where there's friction again, then you need the modest amount of oil put there. So you want to put a little bit just here on this pin because it moves the plate, that pin. Just there. All the brakes are all fine. Just here. Watch oil is very much like a WD-40. In fact, it moves, it flows quite well and gets into all the little nooks and crannies. It's a lovely lubricant and it lasts for forever and a day. And if they put them in timepieces, then it is going to last. Right, so quick inspection of the brakes. This is the back tension, just here. That is set on the back tension spring, which is here. I'll show you if I can. Here. And that should be on its middle setting, always. You put it on the end setting or the top setting, they're really for servicing mode set, but it's always in the middle position. And the back tension can be adjusted underneath the case here, through the back. Once we've taken all the casing off, you can get to it, but you've got to take off the plates as well, inside the internal plates. I'm going to take all that apart anyway. Well, I've got to, because for a start this switch latch is not moving as it should. It's stiff. But we're going to go back and look at these plates, these brakes, sorry. They're in absolutely prime shape. They really are. And the one that does the most work is this one here. That's a little workhorse, that one is. And very often you find yourself having to replace it. You can't buy the whole thing. You've just got to replace the pad. To replace the pad, you get a sheet of 1mm thick rubber, or a bicycle inner tube if you haven't got that, and cut out a 2mm square, and then you super glue that back to this plastic, but you rough up the plastic first, and that will stay put, and it'll be okay. You just got to make sure that, you see, there should be, when the wheels are in a little tiny gap just between here and here when the brakes are on, because if it's closed and the brakes are on, then this isn't pushing enough against the drive, the cassette drive, and what will happen is that the tape will spin off, definitely. But this little cog here is the little sweetie. It is what operates all the brakes and this whole sliding pad assembly. It operates the brakes and the bottom half of the mech movement, from, as I said, from my screwdriver here, from here downwards, is driven by this cog. So you can see you can see the various brakes moving in and out. Look on there. The actual arm will slide. You can't slide completely because the pinch wheel's not out, and that's locating the pinch wheel now. So that has to work in unison with the loading arms. So underneath that, there is going to be a shape in the plastic. It's called mech positioning shape, mech positioning mold, and that you need to re-grease that, because that comes in direct contact with this mechanism, and if it's not properly lubricated, then it's going to wear out real quick, and that's not what you want. Not ideal at all. I'm just going back to making sure I've got everything lubricated there. If you buy that watch oil, it will last forever and a day. It really will. It goes on and on and on. A bit like me. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do now we've got it out in bits like this, let's pull back a bit. Next thing I'm going to do now is put this to one side and repair these pads on this. It's a drag arm. That's what it's for. That's what it does. It sits there most of the time, actually, on the spools and pulls. Just stops them from being able to free spin off. But if we go and have a quick look at this, as you can see, the sticky on the back of the pad has come off. The good thing is it always comes off on the metal side, so the pad itself is okay. So there's one pad. That's the back of it facing up. There. There's the other pad. You can see how the glue's gone, though. It's just shot to hell over time. It's just disintegrated. Both of them set with the back side and up. Sticky side up. Whatever you do, don't bend this bloody thing, because it'll cause you a hell of a lot of grief getting it back again. So we scrape off the glue. You can get it to come off in one lump. And with all the different solvents out there, and I've got everything here, even UV glues and all sorts of things. Nothing beats, for holding this together, a glue gun. And it will stand the test of time, which is a great thing. You give these little DAP machines a new leaf of life. Once you've got all that off, this surface here and here on the other side of it, you've got to rough them up a bit. So I'll use a scalpel for that. Maybe rough them up a bit. And the other one. Okay, they're both ready. Next thing you got to do is put your glue gun on. So I'm going to turn this off because it'll have to heat up. And it takes forever with my glue gun. Right, glue gun's on. Time to get a little bit of isopropylene alcohol again. And clean these pads. They'll just get the residue of that old glue off of them. Whatever you do, don't put any force on this because it bends easy, and to get it all back in line is not easy. But you can do it. I have done it, but it's fiddly as you can get. Okay, I'm going to wait now until that glue gun's heated up. Okay, well, I've had a cup of coffee and my glue gun is nice and hot. So, how we go about this is you use the smallest amount of glue, but first of all, get your soldering iron and preheat the one you're going to use, that you're going to be working on first. You just stick the iron on, and when it starts smoking like that, you're at temperature. That's all we have to do. Take the trusted old glue gun and put in smallest amount of glue, like that. Take your pad for that side, or any side really, doesn't matter. Put it in and press it down to the shape. Right. Gives you a little bit of trouble to get it dead right, and it's cooled down. The glue's cooled down again. Just warm it up with the old soldering iron. Yep, glue's gone soft again now, and that gives you loads of extra time, which you can extend as long as you like. Because keep heating it up. That's it. That one's on. Don't worry about the excess glue. We'll take that off in a minute. And just repeat for the other side. Lovely. There we are, and then allow them to dry or go cold. You can force them with a bit of freezer spray to hurry up, as it were, but that sometimes causes little cracks in the glue, and then it doesn't take quite as well, and you're better off just waiting. We had an overflow of glue. For example, on this one, just here, and there was nothing on the sides actually. Just either use a scalpel, which is the favourite tool for it. I just think you can see that. Just run it down the edge of the pad, each side, and if you can find any else that you want to take off, and with your pick tool just slide it away. Once it's fairly detached and mobile, like that is, lift it off with your tweezers. You don't want to have anything floating around in this mix, so you've always got to take very good care that it remains clean. I had once said to me that it had been on the beach and it was full of sand. Oh man, it was just Just wrote the unit off really. I mean, it's very labour intensive just doing what we're doing today. Right, that one's all nice and clean. And that is nice. The shape might not be 100% on the pad on the metal slider, but we can address that in a minute. Big blob of it there. You make sure it's nice and clean with this because it's, as I say, you don't want anything floating around inside the mech when you're finished. This is the bit where you can easily bend it as well, so you have to just take a bit of caution about that. I think we've got all the surfaces clear of any excess glue. Just look at it very closely and make sure you have. Once you're happy, and I am, that is done. 99% of it is anyway. Bring your mech back. Drop this back in place. It's just the reverse of what you've done before. Pop the old spring back. In this case the spring's completely come off. Put one finger on one end and use your pick tool for the other. You don't need the spring tool for this really. Although I think I might use it so I can show you it. It's easy to make yourself. Well, it is a flat screwdriver, and it has, oh, this bloody camera's not going to pick anything up. Well, it has a very little notch ground into it right by the end. I don't know if I can see, you can see it there, but it is there. Just a little notch, and the idea is that you pick up the spring with the notch, like I have done just there, right, and slide it over this post. It's meant to make life a lot easier, like that, and it does, but you don't have to use it. A little later on, when we put the gearbox back in, then we'll just address the shape of these pads on here, which is very, very easy to do. But in the meantime, you don't need a lot of lubricant here, so I'm going to use a smaller applicator. And you do need a little bit of lubricant because it's metal to metal. Just a little bit here, and a bit over there, and a bit on the bottom one. And of course, if you haven't got a little tiny applicator like that, you can just, I don't know why these things are so bloody expensive on eBay, but and Amazon. But if you use what you use to fill up cartridges on a printer, you take the cover off, cut the edge of it back, and then put the cover on the back like that, and you glue it all around. it's a lovely little applicator. I mean, it really does work well, and it costs peanuts compared to what the actual precision watch ones are. I mean, they're sort of some of them are 14 and some of them are £20, and this thing works just as well. Anyway, that's all done. So we can't get to this wheel because you've got the shutter, the lock for the door across it. So we're going to get to that next. Very simple. These are again dedicated screws to this. Oh, it's got a lovely snap as I undo them. They've never been off before. This is all brand new territory. It's a very nice machine. Beautiful. Anyway, once you've got those screws out, this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, put the mech up on its side with the switches here facing downwards, because otherwise they'll fall out. Just in the front here, there's a little metal catch going into the plastic. Just leave the plastic back and the catch comes out like that. You heard it click, I hope. And this will slide out of this black plastic case. Just have to be a little bit careful with it because you don't want anything to get buckled or lid's closed. There it goes. And now it slides. Just like that. Switches are in the bottom of here. Well, they're not the switches, they're just sliders for the extensions to the switches. There's one slider, there's the other for the functions. Anyway, that's okay, so we'll just put it on one side. Just slightly rattled with this now. So there's our mech out and able to be got at. So we want to take the front off, which is just a couple of screws. I'm leaving this circuit board on for now. I'm cautious not to damage it in any way, but you can take it off. Just as I said, just a couple of screws if you want to take it off. Okay, that's off. And now you can get to your loading door latch. And it's just moving sluggish, it's just not as it should be. So number one is to take off the spring, because it's a powerful spring, and if it flies off you won't find it again. So I'm using this spring tool, take it off, and there it is, off, disengaged. Next thing we do is just take off the two. A big caution, because these are dedicated screws to these collars. So if you interchange them, you'll find the door gets stuck. It's not a good thing. So you just leave the same ones with the same collars. That's one off. That's two off. Both the plates are off now. Now you do have to clean these, before you put them back on. I won't say obviously, but it should be cleaned before it's put back on. But before I do that, because this is now out of the way, we can now get to this mech positioning switch. Let's just move it around there so you can see what it does. It's operating all the brakes. It also does the eject on the door. When you're working on it, leave it in a set position. That set position, because otherwise you're going to need it for later on for timing and that. That set position, you'll feel it lock into place on each position that it goes there, locks in. Then it pulls back further, you can put it around here and it will lock in. And there, and it locks in. Leave it when you're working on it in that position. It's got a lot of play in it, but that's obvious because it's the gap in the grooves. But just leave it in that position so you know that you put it back in that position, that it lines up with all the 2 pins underneath. And same old story. Move this this lock blocker around with my pick on. Do. Find a slot. Lift it over it. Get a firm grip on it, take it off and place it on my lolly stick. Now you can lift this off. Have a little nose, making sure that's in that position still. Just lift it off and we'll see what we've got under here. That's all you've got, a little track. It runs around and it operates a couple of levers. 1, 2, 3. So there we need to put in the grease that's in there. I think you find on this one anyway, it's okay. Actually it's not. So we just take that out. Never use grease on the spindles, by the way, when you put these things back together. Always use an oil, because it's what seizes up on them. But that's all. It's all we need. Just clean that bit there. That's it. Plaster dry off the isopropylene. I know it's tempting to put a lot of lubricants in, but don't, because you cause yourself trouble. Little tiny bit of lubricant, a little bit of Molykote, and exercise it all the way around. That will do nicely, sir. Then the next thing is a little tiny bit of lubricant, oil rather, this is, on the shaft. And simply place it back the way you found it. Easy to remember because you put it in with that big lump in one place. That lump, incidentally, is what opens and closes the cassette door, as you'll see in a minute. Right, that goes on there. I'd like to show you this little tool that I made, which is very useful for putting these little nylon locking washers back in place. And all it is a little stick. In fact, it's a meat skewer, and I've drilled a little hole up the end of it, the same size as the shaft, and that is all you need. It's quite helpful. Right. First thing to do is to place a washer on the end of it. If you've got a little tiny bit of grease on the end of it, or oil on the end of it, it will help the washer stay in place, which makes it a lot easier. So we have a tool with a little washer on the place over the hole, and we just stick it over the post, like that, push it down, you hear a click, that's it, it's on. Okay, next thing we do is clean these side plates with a bit of isopropylene and a bit of alcohol, put them back in, and you can see there's, well, I don't know if you can see, but there's grease all down all over here. And that goes hard. There we go, all cleaned off. This one goes in place first. It lays with that over the top of the cog, and you'll find that your door open and closed switch is just here. It's all brown thing, and that's how it goes across. It goes up and down like that. Door closed, door opened, and that's that. Put the next one on. Well, actually you don't have to put the next one on, because you can put the actual guide in first, and that will make life easier. So put in this guide first. Can't put the other guide in. And make sure that it moves nice and freely on that guide, so you can see it. So it just flops around on that guide, so that's great. Second one goes into place. It just slips under the end of that guide that we just put in, so it makes it nice and easy. Lines up with the other hole over this side, and is ready for this guide. That's it, back together, because you've got to put in the old bit of seam that springs out even under the tension of the spring of the switch. now. But anyway, we've got to put the spring back on. No, spring's on. See it in place there. Now when it goes to back, that will latch. That releases it. Now it's got a much nicer snap to it, as it should have. So, same old story, a little bit of lubricant. One bit just in there. And we're going to put a tiny little bit just down there. Right, that's that done. It's nice and straightforward. Now then, this is the head amp, just here, this bit here. Never ever adjust these variable resistors in here. There are 4 of them in total, 2 there that you can see, 2 further down. And if you adjust those, you'll knock it out of kilt, especially in record mode. And it'll record, but when you play it back, it will be drop out all over the place. And they only take the tiniest of movements to make them go tits up. So, I said to you about the torque a few moments ago, and I'll show you where that is now. That's behind this plate, which is the opposite side. This is the side where the battery holder goes. And if you look underneath, you'll see just here a set of teeth. That is your torque adjustment, but you can't get to it unless you take the plate off. So we'll quickly whip this plate off. We're not going to adjust it, but we just want to show you it so that you're aware where it is. There are 3 screws involved in this. And that's the last one. Take the plate off. Just there, you can see it, I hope. There's a little tiny screw just there. So you can slacken it off and pull it back or put it forward, and that will induce your torque, change your torque. Bringing it backwards against the spring, as it were, that will increase your torque. Do not do it just for a matter of course, because it will just wreck your heads. Your heads will get eaten up. I've heard some places say that these heads only last for 500 hours. That's absolute bull. They last a hell of a lot longer than that. I mean, all the time that I've been doing these, I've replaced probably 4 or 5 heads because they've been worn out, and they've been on machines that have really racked the hours up. So they're not, they say that they last 400 hours. That's just absolute rubbish. Anyway, we'll pop that plate back on. In fact, the bearings wear out quicker than the heads do. The bearings on the head bearings, that is, on the motor that drives the DC servo motor, which I'm looking at. Actually, I can show you that. That bit there. And you might be interested to know, although if you've got a unit that's got a lot of lint in it, dust and whatever, and that's noisy, you can lift this off, although it is against the magnets, so it's not going to give way easy. But oh dear, I've started something now, haven't I? Oh, blimey. There we go, it lifts off. The magnets are underneath. The magnets are underneath there, and these are PCB etched in coils. Very clever little things. I mean, how they managed to etch PCB that small is just, it's mind blowing. But we'll just pop the plate back on. Doesn't matter what position it's in, because the head, as I say, it doesn't have a control pulse driving it. Although there is a pulse that does drive it, and that's the actual head drum motor itself. So the heads know which side to switch off and on. But not nowhere near the same sort of accuracy. Just a servo motor virtually. So nowhere near the accuracy of what it is with the VHS and Betamax systems. So we'll replace your 3 screws. These are lovely. These are, everything's so tightened. It's just this is in really fabulous condition, this mech. So I'm going to do it justice. Right, there are 3 screws. That's our serial number there, and this is the battery compartment, as it were. We've done this side now. This is all okay, and this side of the mech is basically up and finished. If you want to have a little look around, if you can find any excess oil or grease that's around anywhere that you've missed, by all means do so. So we can just pop the front back on and forget all about it. Of course, I've got this way up, haven't I? These switches are the hold and eject switch there, the AVL switch there, volume up and down. And it just baffles me why they've designed this this unit with the AVL on it. There we go, lovely. Now then, because we're back now on the bottom of this mech, and one of the things you want to check is this is a mech mode switch and also a gear, and also it adjusts the levers at the top for record, rewind, fast forward, play, stroke, record. So that's what this switch does, and it's very heavily populated. There is no ring split, a nylon washer on it, but it's located on the second. There are 2 grooves in this, one there at the top and one at the bottom with the nylon washer in it. Make sure you put it back together, you put the nylon washer back at the bottom. The one thing you want to check, just make sure that this is moving freely. All of these gears are moving nice and freely onto the worm gear of the motor. That's the motor that we saw earlier from that view. We saw it from bloody hell are we? There it is. And this side of it is where you get to it. So you've got to make sure that these are all nice and freely. This one frequently breaks. It breaks mainly because the grease has got too thick, or somebody's put the mech together in the wrong way. These are the real sensors. This is 1 real sensor. This is 2 real sensors. Like that. This is your capstan motor, and this will be if you want to take that out, you've got to take this side off. I mean, there's no need to take that out unless, of course, it was very stiff or something. But it seems to be moving freely. This cog is made from a nylon that's thin and bendy. The reason for that is it's a different cog. The reason for that is it reduces noise when it's taken to dry from the capstan, but it does give a very useful feature, and that is that you can just push it down so it's not on the cogs and spin the capstan to make sure the capstan itself is nice and free. And all I can see here and feel here is that it's vibrating against the magnets, which is fine. Drop it back, that off, and then there you go. It's all back to normal. That's quite happy. We left the mic mode loaded in the wrong position with the heads out, the loading arms out, so we can pull them back. You can see that move underneath there. That is all driven by that nylon washer. This brass bush that goes in here. That's the only bit that you've got to put a bit of grease on. Well, that and one bit on the other side, which I'll show you. This point here is for the back tension. They've actually gone to quite a length on the back tension. The back tension's got its own pin, it's got its own guide, and it's a long guide. So there is no play in it whatsoever. It's a very, very nice little system, that is. That I've never seen go stiff. So we'll just check and see if it is stiff at all, but that's as free as it gets. Look, it goes through the board there, and that's what we saw the other side of with the washer on it. And this bit here goes against your tape, and it's beautiful and free. They always are. The only bit of grease you've got to put on this side is where this, because it will wear it away if you don't. This little nylon bush, this little brass bush goes against this little nylon seat. See it there? Just there, put a bit of grease in there. And if you don't do that, then eventually over time the back tension will wear away on the plastic, and that will make the back tension change. So again, it's the smallest amount of grease that you can possibly imagine. Take that side back like that and place the grease in the recess of that cup. That is all you need in there. That goes against that bush, and that's it. That's this. It's away, sort of thing. Now, normally I would say that we should take all of these cogs off and make sure they got a bit of lubricant down the shaft. In fact, I am going to do that. So I'll speed it up at this point and you'll see this whip off in no time. Right, well they're all lubricated and they're all put back in now, and they all turn nicely as we expect. In fact, it's very nice. Next thing is to clean these gold surfaces on this mech mode switch, stroke arm, head addressment switch. And clean it so it shines. Although it won't look like that when we put it back together. Incidentally, if you want to take the head out, there are only 3 screws on the other side holding it, but you do need to take up all of the metal surrounding and the head amp. Although I can't see any major reason why you'd need to do it, unless you were changing them and swapping them out. Right, we take this little cam tool, this little cam lever, which is a cog with a pin on there, and it also has the positioning there. And these little switches, well not switches, sorry, sliders, I always like to lever them out a little bit together, so that they're going to make a good contact, good, nice firm contact. Now of course, clean them. Once you're happy with that, put it down, and the next thing you do is put a smear of molycoat around. So this is a lovely insulating grease too, around the gold plate where it touches. You don't need huge amounts here. So you just smear it around on it, taking off any excess later. Now because that nylon pin goes into that brass bush, which is what positions the loading arms, you put a little bit of grease, that I'm going to go inside that brass bush there, and of course outside of it where it slides up and down, and just work it onto it a bit till it's nice and lubricated. Next thing is to make sure you slide it right down to the bottom. It's got to go to the bottom there. That's where it is. So it sticks up and down, and then it goes there to the bottom. You can stop there, and it has to stop there because that's where you want to put the switch back in position for. And a little bit of watch oil on the cog itself. And remember I said about that lining up nicely with that mark on the printed circuit board. Well, here's why you do, because you've got to put that little plastic bit through the centre of that bush. So you want the 2 ways of doing it. One, I'll do it first. Do this one first. One is to slide it on the shaft slightly. Line that up with the PCB through hole that we talked about earlier. Press it down, and there it is in place. As you can see, when I turn it now, you see the loading arms go up and down. The other way of doing it, if you don't want to line it up or anything, is you put this on so that pin is in this area here, and that'll be about there. Then you turn it down till it stops It's now stopping against the outside of that bush. So you then lift it up a little tiny way, and then you let it drop down there into the centre of the bush. It's a little bit more tricky to do, but it works. In the centre of the bush, and that's it. It's back in the centre. And that's it. And we're going to take a little bit of that excess grease off the outside, put it onto this tool, this little wooden tool I made up. Pick up the washer that you had earlier for it. Put it onto the shaft. Just press down. Here's a click and away it goes. Now you notice that this now loads those arms lovely, and that wasn't doing that before. If you remember, that's where it was all gummed up. Look, it's not gummed up at all now. There's that little washer, look, that little brass insert that's on the plastic, the nylon peg, so you know it's in right because you can see it there, and it comes back and loading arms come in and everybody's happy. Next thing to do is to take off the mech mode switch. So I've released a little nylon washer here again. There's a little lifter tool we use for this as well, but I always find that the damn things spring off and I can't find them again, which is a pain. Because I don't use, obviously camcorders are solid state now, I don't use any mechanics, so there's these little washers are very hard to get hold of. Lift out the washer, put it on my lollipop stick so I know where it is. Now take out your mech mode switch, and there it is. A whole load of mech positioning underneath there, and 4 wipers there. Same old story, clean the wipers, clean the bottom plate so it's nice and nice. You can see the gold again. If you don't lubricate this with grease when you put it back together, it will still work, but it'll wear it down after a little while. Actually, the gold has started to oxidise there. It's started to. That should the copper is coming through the gold. So you can see the green. But it's yeah, you can see it's not had a lot of grease. Didn't put a lot of grease on this, and started to bite into the gold a little bit, but it's okay. A little bit of mica around there again. Give it a treat. Bring these wiper arms slightly forward again, as we've done before. Like that. Give them a clean. Now there is mech timing to set up on this. The grease at the top, we'll just wipe that bit off. So there is mech timing to be set up on this, and there's it's a little bit tricky to set the mech timing on them, I have to say, but there is a little wrinkle that I know about that will make life a little bit easier. You can set it up and then you can actually, if it's not right, which 9 times out of 10 it's not, you can actually adjust it without taking the mech mode switch back off again. That is. Right, you click it into the second position and the split ring. Give it a couple of whirls around. When you're happy that it's okay, move on, and it is okay. We've already checked all this. It moves fine, and the lubricant on there is fine. Never gets stuck on this part because it's so heavily torqued. So that's fine. Little bit of lubricant, bit of grease that is, in these this groove that's cut in around the top. And there's one place here that most people always forget to lubricate because it's not obvious, and that is you lubricate it inside the groove, and you lubricate it inside the second groove because that's used as well, but it also uses the outside of the groove. So you have to put a little bit of lubricant on that. I mean, given time it all spreads about, but that's fine. So there we are, that's all nice and right, ready for the old gearbox to come in. Now when I put the gearboxes back, well, I've got to service it first, but when we place the gearboxes back in, then you set the mech timing up before you put the gearbox in, after you've cleaned it, and make sure all the arms go into the retrospective holes here. But it might be wrong, but you can readjust it anyway, as I said. Now we've just about finished messing around with this part of the deck. We'll put that last screw on. Before I leave here, I just want to say that when we put the gearbox in, it's nice to leave it so that I always leave it with the arms in a loaded position, or just before loaded, about there. So in a loaded position, and that makes setting up the timing a lot easier because there's less stress on the arms. Just put the final locking washer on there. That's all nice and lovely and free now, that loading. And that is just about the end of that. Making sure, of course, that the magnetic catch is nice and free, which it is. Never known one that hasn't been anyway. And then we can put the mech to one side and move on to this, a gearbox, and that is a whole load of problems on its own. It looks like there's nothing to it. In actual fact, it's a very complicated little thing. I'll try and give you a close-up of it. It is a complicated little lump. It just gives the impression that it's very simple. So the first things we do is we remove the drive posts. Notice that one is grey, one is black. They are not interchangeable. They will change places, but the torque, where it's, if I hold that bottom plate and slide the top plate, that one is different to this one. This one's much lighter, this is fiercer. And if you change them over, they fit in places and okay, but the take up drive becomes too hard and you run into all sorts of problems, so it's not worth messing around with that and getting them wrong. Just put the grey one back on the right and you'll be okay. There we go again. That's one. Come on, give me a break. And that's two, and it's just flicked off and gone on the bloody floor. After that, you just slide these things off. Try to forget they're over there. The next thing you've got to do is get a little Tupperware container with some paraffin in it. So I'll go and do that now. Make sure the spools are off. They have to be off because there's felt underneath and you don't want to pump that into paraffin. Here's a little Tupperware container. Accommodates the mech nicely, the gearbox nicely. Stick that in there, and we've got to just wait overnight now for it to penetrate all the bits and pieces. So that's what we'll do. Okay. Well, that's soaked in overnight, and just use a small brush, paintbrush, modelling brush, to brush any of the grease off that's there. Paying attention to this part now will save you lots of trouble later. Anyway, you carry on like that until you've got all the grease off. I'm sure you don't need to see it, and then you just dry it with an air dryer, just through a few blasts of air, and wipe it on a cloth, and then it'll be ready to be serviced. I haven't taken any of the cogs off this side or anything. I'm not going to. It's just a lot of work for no reason really. So we'll leave it like that for now. Okay, here we have a very tight close-up of our gearbox, and a quick rundown of what you've got to look for and what to do with it. It looks like it should, be dead easy, but in actual fact it's quite complicated. This is a latch. You'll see what that's for in a moment. These go into that can that we just greased up. They're the 3 positioners, now the levers. Now the first one here, I'll try to get my finger out of the way for you, which is the top one of the 2. I don't know if you can see it, but it moves this backwards and forwards. This is a cog on the other side, so it moves that. So we'll just try that. Yeah, it does move it fine. It's got no grease on or oil on anything because it's been in the paraffin bath and cleaned off. The next one, this lever here, it's a little bit harder to show you. This is the one that starts it. The loading arms start to load. It, in other words, engages that cog, that little half moon cog, the big half moon cog that we put back in earlier. So it moves all the way down to my bottom left hand of the picture, and if you see it moves backwards and forwards there, that gets gummed up quite a lot. This one's moving nice and freely. So that's what that cam does, and the final cam does your rewind fast and forwards, and that's this one. Now there is something to watch out for here, and that is this latch. If you can see, it latches just on this part here, but it can latch on both sides of it there. I'll move it over so it latches in there, so it's latched in, look. And on the other side there, it's latched in. Now if that doesn't work properly, you can have rewind and fast forward. And one of the things you've got to watch on here is this, especially this part, is there are two centering springs. There's one just here, I don't know if you can see it. There's the spring goes around here, and it goes up there. So it goes up there, down, around, back out, and up there. And the idea of that is so that it pulls this cam centered all the time. Look, if you can just about see it doing its job, it pulls it centered, and now it's latched. I'll just release the latch. So it stays there, so it centers all the time. The thing is that there's another one on the other side of the board that does this job as well. So you've got to go, feel it go to stage 1, that's where it goes against this spring, and feel it go there, and then you can feel it go against the other spring by going a bit further, like that. Now if you take the latch so that the latch is working, so I'm going to take my finger off the top of that, and you pull this across to what I said was stage 1. Before it starts on stage 2, it should just latch in there. So it goes stage 1, resistance against it, now it's on the second spring, stage 2, click. Same thing applies in the other direction. Against the first spring, that's this one, and then the second spring, and it's latched. So it's the first spring and the second spring. And that's how that's got to be. The second spring is located on the other side of the board and is just here. Goes underneath this cog. And this is the only one that is held by a clear, transparent nylon lock washer. And it has to be the same one that you put on that because it's a different size. So don't take it off. There's no need to take it off anyway. So let's have a little feel what we've got in the way of resistance on these two. Make sure they're okay. From this side so we can see it. Goes over. That's the first resistance. There's the second resistance. And the other way. First resistance, second resistance. That's fine. Now I'll take my finger off the latch. Like that, I hope. I think my finger's off of it. Put it over, and there you see the latch go. Just move it in much more towards you. Very important, this part. Then it pulls over. That's where it's latched in. That releases it, or up here. Releases it. Then this side again, this side. Latched, released. Latched, released. So we've got to know about that really. And we're going to stick the spools on. This is the centering post down here. You put it back together. That's one centering. That's just one centering post, and then it goes 2 screws that hold it on there, and one with adjustment slightly on this elongated hole. But first of all, you've got to lubricate everything up, and this little part here is what engages the D-moon cog, which we just looked at, which does the loading and the unloading, all with 2 contacts on the bottom of it. So, but let's just get this mech lubricated up in the right places. Right, well I've just placed the spindles on it. The grey one on the right will rotate nice and freely. I have of course oiled them. The one on the left will not, and that is because this catch comes into place. Release the catch, make sure that the centre's in the centre and not latched on the top bit there, the latch plate, and that will spin as well. Which is fine. It's driving a cog down here, which makes it a little bit more friction on it. If I pull that out of the way, then you can see it spins freely. That's that. Got of course put the two microfiber seed washers on it. Okay. Just stick that on the top of this one. I picked the washer up that I lost earlier on. That's it, it clicks into place. Lift it, make sure it's not going to move. Get the next one. You can see it on the top there. And just push it in with this tool. Oops. Makes a satisfying click and it's in place. There we go. Really, the gearbox is now ready to be put back into the main body, so we'll just come back a little bit to see what we've got going on here. And that's the main mech. Before I put that in, I would like to put a little bit of mica around, a little bit of mica grease around here, which this is the half D cog that starts that drives all the loading and unloading of the loading arms, but it gets quite a lot of wear on that top piece around there from the spring that rests against it, which you'll see in a minute. So we'll just put a little bit of grease there, not much, just a bit. Now we've got to do the mech timing. Now setting up the mech timing on these is just not funny. If you do it the way the manual shows you, it'll take you about 3 years. If you do it this way, it's a lot quicker, but not quite as accurate, so you might have to readjust it afterwards. And we'll see. But anyway, let's try. You want that cog to be, you want it to be in this position here, and so that there is a little bit of play in it. If I stop looking at the television, I'll be able to do it. Right, there's a little bit of play in it, that's there. If you can see that play, it's about a cog's worth, about a tooth worth, sorry, on the cog. So you set it in the middle, which is there. That is the top half in the right place. Okay, so you can see that, hopefully. Now the bottom half is going to be much harder for me to show you, of course. what isn't on these things. And that will be this cog here. You will notice that on it there is, I'll wipe the grease off it so you can see that bit as well. You've got on this mech mode switch a tiny little triangular piece with a dot in the centre of it. Now then, if we turn it round, hopefully, right, can you just see it there? I think you've got in there, just here, and we take a gearbox, you can bloody see it, and hopefully without knocking that cog, this is the transfer cog here. This transfers the torque from the loading motor through this cog onto this cog and down through to the bottom cog that we just set up. So that's going to move everything about if you're not careful anyway. So it does just move about. There's nothing you can do about it really. It's just the way it's designed. And that's the mech. You make sure it goes in on that pin there. And that's the mech basically in, the gearbox basically in. You've got to make sure that the little spring here is over the other side of the gear. We'll do that in just a moment. First of all, we make sure that the latch is over to the right so that it's free of that pin. Move this until it engages on it, unless it's already engaged, which it has, it's fine. Little tiny bit of pressure on the top of this mech as you're putting it in. Make sure that these are clicked in. These two are on the outside of the worm. This one's on the first. This is the second cam. It's on the second line of the worm, and this is the first cam, and it's on the first line of the worm. Once they're all clicked in, that's no problem. Make sure that this spring is then pulled over the other side onto that molecule that we just put there, and that's in. Make sure that this is nice and free. It's not. It won't go down, but it's just got to be bouncy like that. So we've got the gearbox in right, and that is it. That's right. Our latch is in the right place. Our spring is in the right place. So we can go ahead now and put in the 3 screws that hold that together. The difference between this and the PCB ones is that on the end of this, on the collar just before the thread, it's smooth. On the PCB ones there are little serrated notches in it, but these are smooth and they need to be smooth. So you just put those 3 in. When you're happy with them, all 3 of them, always put everything together screw wise on these things loosely until you've got all the screws in on it, and then tighten them. So if you're putting the top on or whatever, you put it always put it in loosely so that you don't put any torque in the actual metal itself or in the mechanism itself, because you don't want it. And that's it, back into place. All we've got to do now is give it a little bit of a turn on here, make sure that this is engaged properly, and it is, as you can see. When you get it right the way down, the bottom like that, so you'll hear a clicking noise, and that's this cog trying to engage with this cog, and that's because of that spring. That's why I've got that Molykote grease on it there. So if you turn the other way, it will engage and the arms will come up. You can leave them halfway up because it won't matter, because the mode positioning switch on the bottom of that decam will tell the processor that it's halfway out, and then it will adjust it accordingly. Right, just going back to this side. Now we've got those in, that gearbox in. I said about the where we put the hot glue on these drag pads here. All we've got to do to get them into the right shape, as we've got them pretty close as it is heat the back up of it. There we go. Glue goes a little bit gooey, and you see it forms the exact shape. There we go. It forms the exact shape now as the drive it's rubbing against, which is exactly what you want. You could never get that right, but it is now. You're in the position now where you can stick the base plate on, which means that fortunately you're actually coming towards the end of the mechanical procedure and heading towards the electrical side, which can sometimes be a bit challenging as well. I'll make sure that's nice and clean before I put it in. Yeah. Once that's clean, little tiny bit of a blow, drop it into place and make sure that this bit here latches under the pin that it goes to. So you drop it in, slide it forward, that's in place. Take your 2 silver base screws, and put the first one in, back it off so it's not tight, put the second one in, back it off so it's not tight. Make sure this plate is in properly and happy with its position. So there's a little tiny bit of a bend in this plate, not severe, but it is there. See how bad it is. Tighten these 2 screws down. Now they're in unison. It's not bad, but it's there. It's well within tolerance, but there we are. It's there. Give the mech a little bit of a blowout now. Remove anything from it, and you're now ready to start putting it back together again. Before I do that, I will put on here this capacitor that holds those 2 wires that go to the circuit board on it, because you don't want them to break off in the future or anything. You want to put a little bit of glue on them. Now the glue I'm using for this is UV glue, so it doesn't set until it's in UV light. Putting it on here like this will stop it from breaking away. So put that on, sticking it by UV light on board it. You'll see it smoke, maybe you can see it, I don't know. smokes a little bit. That's it. And there it is now, it's set rock hard with the wires encapsulated in it, which is fantastic. So now they're not going to break off when you manoeuvre this mech around in any position. Right. The next thing to do is to slip it back into its case, which might be a little bit harder than it sounds. I'm sure it'll be alright. First thing to do is to make sure these switches are in. Let's just get this back. Make sure these switches are in place. They're not switches, they're the guides that go to the switches, but they're what interface the switch into the consumer, and that's why they're important to get in the right place. So just slide them in, get this unit, and the idea is you put that little bit there, a little bit in first where the switches are, then lever the rest of it gently in until you get it all the way in, and then you make sure this switch is in the right position before you push anything, and it is, and just till you hear that engage, that bit of plastic engage with that bit of metal, and there you are, that's home. So now you put the 5 flat-headed black screws in the top that came out of it. Let's get this glue out of the way. Okay, here's the 5 screws. We're going to take the top half of the PCB out, which goes interfaces to the user switches on the top, and we'll check the phosphorescent display in there, because I noticed it wasn't working. Not majorly, but it's usually the transformer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next thing, we put our lift back in. Nice and easy to do. Goes in this way. These two pegs, one here, one on the side, go into the main housing. That's one in, that's the other in, and then these 2 screws locate inside the lift assembly, so they locate in there. Let's see, I'll get close up to that. They locate in, that's 1, that's 2, can't see it, can you? Right. That's 2 there. Anyway, then you put the screws in. It's got to be the same screws that you took out in the first place, because they're very small. They've got a large flat silver head and a bit of thread, and then the shaft is there's no thread on the shaft, just a little bit of the very front end, which is to hold it in, and then the space is where the metal goes to just go in there. Right, just gonna pause that and move the camera. Okay. The lift tray is in now and we can close it. It's got slight springiness to it when it's closed. That is normal. Believe it or not, it's it won't take any part of it at all. Whenever we lift these up, put a little bit more spring in these. Just a little bit, not much. It's just over time the springiness may have worn down a little bit. Right, there's as you push it down, you know, this bar swinging around across the record head. There is no automatic head cleaning on this model. That's the next model up, T8. That's got the head cleaning. But this part here, when it goes, that's what's causing this to spring about anyway. What that part does is it's purely there. It stops the tape from riding up and going over the head and over the back of the head when it first loads and starts spinning. So it just stops the tape from doing that. A lot of people think it's to hold the lid open. It's not. That's not what it's for at all. But there it is, and that's a very nice, all serviced and reasonably lined up until we've put the motherboard in and tried and sorted that out. In the meantime, we're going to quickly have a nosy at the phosphorescent display in this unit. So for that, we're going to take out the screws. There's two in the side here. That's one. Two. And then there's three that screw into the plastic. Big flat heads on them, you can't get them mistaken. Two. Actually hear them squeaking when they're screwed into the plastic. That's because this has never been apart before. Lift it up by the cable, and there we have it. Looks remarkably similar to the board I showed you earlier, which is the one, of course, that I use for testing and servicing purposes, and that's because it is the same. It's just that a lot of it's been cut away. All the metal here has been cut away just to make it easier to service with, and the metal at the top here has been cut away. But that's just for servicing. First thing to do with these is don't touch this, because it will just get grease on everything from your fingers and it'll make a mess. There are little notches in the flexi cable here. Just make sure they're aligned and the flexi cable is bent across those notches so that it comes out there. However, this is the phosphorescent display. It's located underneath this display. There's nothing special to look at. It's just like a white thing with two wires on it, but it's nothing special. But it is impossible to get hold of now, but they don't very often fail. So I'm going to get the driver that I have for this, which is a little circuit, and solder it onto the ends of the display, phosphorescent display. I'm just eliminating this out of the equation of being at fault. Set that to 1 volt. Stick this on here, the generator. Put this, turn it on, and display lights up. Now if I can set up, put the lights off so you can see it hopefully. There's the display, that turns it on. It's very dull, but I'm only running running the step up transformer at 1 volt. I'm just going to turn it up a little bit to 1.5. And you can see it's actually quite a nice little display. That's okay. So that's fine, but that means that unfortunately it's going to be the transformer, step up transformer inside the unit. Still, because these displays do degrade with time, and this one's in very nice shape. It lit up very bright, and it was full coverage, which is great. Just simply snip these screws back in. If we've got very many faults with it, don't do these up tight yet. Got very many faults with it electrically, then we're going to be using the other board, not this board, the one I just showed you, to run the unit on. You've got to have it plugged into the two CPUs, talk to each other. Right, just a case of tightening these up now. Tighter. Tight up. Tight. 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 It's in wonderful condition, this is as well. Not a scratch to be seen anywhere. Very nice, very good condition. Being very looked after. It's not had many hours use, that's for dead sure. Well, we can't put the top back on this because we've got to set up the FM. We can't set the FM up with the top on. But we do need to put the motherboard back in now. So that's what we're going to do. We've got to test this motherboard, and this is the HT transformer that I need to check, so we'll be checking that in a minute. Unfortunately they're no longer available, like everything is on this thing. There's nothing available for them anymore, unless anything that's available is off the shelf components, and that's it. If you're going to be doing a lot of these, it's worthwhile buying a couple that you're going to use as donors. So we start off, it's just almost the reverse of what we did. But first of all we just slide in these two. First of all the capstan. This can be a bit fiddly, but be patient with them and get them in right, because if you pull these and tear them, ooh, you're in a whole world of pain. That one's in. That's the capstan. This is the mech mode switch and the board with the end sensors and the real sensors on it. That's in. Slide them back. Make sure that when they're in, they're showing an equal amount of white down each side of it. Quite important. We'll put the FM into it now. That's in. You can run this board open like this as well, which is very nice because it makes it much easier for servicing for electronic faults, that is. And you do get them, especially when people have connected the power supplies up to them wrong, and actually it's got a nice habit of blowing the components off the board. This is the drum motor. It's the almost the last ribbon cable. There's one more to put in. And that is it. And the thing is, don't just slam this down because you'll end up with broken switches. Put the two metal probe terminals for the battery compartment over the top like that. And when you bring this down, make sure that the little black heads of the switches engage nicely and happily with the switches that can carry it to the outside world, as it were, which is what we said about earlier on. So that's that one's working in a nice position, and so's that's the mic high and low switch, and the line in speech, music and manual adjustments. Right, because I don't know exactly if there's any electrical problems or anything else like that with this unit, I am going to put all the ribbon cables back. And then put in 2 screws on the PCB, which are the ones that I said they've got little flanges around the end of them. It's to grip the PCB so they don't shake loose. There's a hell of a lot going on inside these things. So there we are, that's back in. We're going to get our test board and plug it in, which is just the same as having the top lid plugged in here. We're going to use this to set up the FM, check the display that isn't working, and also make sure that everything records and plays back at the right levels. There's not a lot you can do about that if it doesn't. It's always the caps that are leaking that are causing the problems. Okay. Turn that over. Place that up there. And we're just going to see if we've got our mech lined up yet or not, so because we don't know. Give it some juice. No, it's not right. When you turn it on, it should go shit, and this doesn't. This just goes. And if you look here, bloody hell, I'll go in there. That is placing itself hard against the door opening all the time, look, and it's going back and trying again. I won't leave that doing that because it will bugger it up. But what you just got to do is this has to go back. Oh, this cog has to go back a little ways. So that transfer gear that's there, we take that little nylon ring off of it, lift it up so it's not on the bottom mode switch, move this around a little bit. So let's try that. This is one way of adjusting the mech timing. I have to say though, it's a long way out. I didn't expect it to be that far out. About 2 teeth out. I must be getting worse. Right, so we've got that washer off. The transfer gear, there's no way I can show you this because my hands will be in the way. But the transfer gear, we lift it right up, and so it's almost out. In fact, we will take it out. Look, there it is. And now we move this cog, you know, the one that's too close to this arm, we move it back to about there. That's what I said, it's neat, 2 teeth out, I think. We'll soon find out. Slide the transfer cog back in, and so turn it on again. That sounded a lot better, and even the spools and everything engaged. So let's just try what it does on eject. Of course, doing that you've got to first let it think that there's something in there, and that is in perfect position. See how that fully ejected then and pushed this arm here, which opens the door. I'll try it again. Push eject. That's perfect. So if we turn it off, trick it so it thinks there's the head door is closed. Turn it on. It's fine. Get a little zips at the beginning and everything seems fine. So we will just hold down that switch and push that switch, being this one here. Alright, this one here. Oh bloody hell, can't see. This one here, right, got it. That one. Hold it down like that. Make sure that the door is closed. Display all lights up. No, well, it's okay, and what it says no tape in it, and it seems to be okay. The door's closed. That's tricked, and now we'll hit play. Spin that. Okay, that's all happy. It's all loading up and unloading, and you'll see it unload now. That's happy. I mean, I'd be quite happy to put a tape in there. Of course, before I do that, I want to put that little nylon, not wash it back on. Very important not to forget things like that. So work alright, and then you put them in transit, and what happens? They fail. When the customer's got them back. And by the time Sony have put all their costs on it, it's not cheap. It's not a cheap game. So that's now saying open, which is fine. Make it say close. Just have a look. Well, that's saying open, as you can see on the display here, this board. I hope you can see. And we're just going to make it think that the door is closed. It says no tape, which it will do, unless you trick that little switch. Like that. And then it goes to load and aughts. And do that, no tape. But hit eject. And it says open, because this now would be up here and open. Okay, that's great. Now we've just got to put a scope on it and set up its FM envelope. So we'll go through what we've got to do there. It's nothing. It's not anything complicated. So we want to set up the FM next. Which is not going to be easy because we tightened up the guideposts. If you remember, there's those little tiny brass screws. The reason they're brass is because they rub against a turned steel rod which goes into the bottom of the adjustments, and it's made so that it can slip against it without causing any nastiness. Anyway, first of all, let's go to the FM point on this board, and I'll just see if I can get a nice close-up of that. This is the Flexi PCB that goes off to the Servo 2 board, which is the customer interface board, the board that I've got externally wrapped, and the board that is of course inside that we've already seen once. So that's what that is, and this one next to it is the FM from the head amplifier, and of course that's where you're going to find the RF reference point. So that's there, that point right there. I'll just see if I can touch it with my finger. There. Right. So you want to solder a bit of wire on there, because you're going to be turning it over to adjust it, and it won't be very easy otherwise. So I've got a bit of wire soldered onto that so that we can get to it with the oscilloscope in a minute. So we just turn it over now, so I'm going to come out of it. Always keeping an eye on the flexi wire so that we don't break it. I'm going to assume that most people have got a digital scope these days, because not many people carry analog ones. I like the analog ones, but so we're going to use a digital scope for carrying out the adjustments on this. So we have a scope probe hooked to the wire that we just took off. This has got to go to an earth. Nicest earth that I like to use is any one of the sockets. And there we now have it all hooked up. Ribbon cables, right, all hooked up. So we want to put in an alignment tape, and I've got an alignment tape. It's just basically any old DAT tape that you know has come from a reliable source. So get a bit wider, see if you can see that. If we just lift this up, turn the machine on, there's our nice little noise. Display is saying open. That's fine. We now put our tape in, our alignment tape, close that down, the lid down like that, and if you get a nice lolly stick, you can stick it in the side of this, and that will hold everything down like that, so it's all nice and down and, you know, ready to be used, we think. So we're just going to trick it now, because of course the lid isn't on it, so it doesn't think that it's it thinks it's still open. Now it's not, and it's loaded the tape. I hope you notice that is reading the tape, almost like a CD looks for TOC, table of contents, but it's not quite the same. Anyway, hit play. And everything seems to be going round right. Don't seem to be getting a busting lot of audio out of this, which is not good. So we're just going to tell it to open it. Well, stop it first. Tell it to open it. I'll put the tape back into the cartridge, which it has done. Take our lollipop stick out, lift this up. We're going to put in the open cassette so we can see what's doing what, where and when and to whom. Right, it's in and it's down. We're just going to put our lollipop stick in. And we're going to trick the cassette lid switch, and it's now laced up the tape, spinning the tape, reading the tape, making sure it's there and not blank tape and things like that. We're just going to play that tape and see what it does and what it doesn't do. Amazingly, we're not getting any sound out of it at all. No bars coming up, and there should be. Anyway, we'll see what goes on. Try fast forward. Seems to be happy with that. Rewind. We are getting a bit of spin off the tape, so I think I might need to replace that brake, but we'll see to that in a minute. First of all, it'd be interesting to know why we've got no audio stroke, no FM coming out at all. So I'm going to quickly turn it over and have a look. For that, I'll just pause this. Okay, the reason it wasn't playing any audio was quite straightforward. When I soldered the wire onto the board, there was a little tiny hair of wire sticking out and shorting out the RF. So now it's in, the tape's going round in play, as you can see, and the displays are up, which they should be, because it's playing, so the UV levels are both playing quite happily. What I'll do is I'll just get a set of headphones, plug it in and see what sort of sound we've got. Although this tape is not a good tape, it's just for right. I'll see if I can play it so that you can hear it. I'll turn the volume up. Right. I hope you can hear that. So you can hear it's playing okay. So the next thing we're going to do is take this tape out and put in the alignment tape, and then we're going to align the FM. Can't see as much going on with this tape, of course, because it's got its lids and it's not been cut ground back or anything, so it's there anyway. Trick the cassette lid, hit play, goes through its interest, and then it's playing. As you can see, the levels are right up there on this tape. Of course, that's not what we're interested in. It's the FM envelope. So on this occasion, I'm going to use a digital scope. Hope that you've got a digital scope. So we'll see how it goes. Anyway, I'll just get a scope on there before you can see it. Okay, that's on our digital scope. There we've got the steer display. This tape is playing quite nicely. I'll see if you can hear this one. Okay. Right, I'm hoping you can hear that. So we know that there's FM coming up to the FM point and going to the scope. I'm going to have a quick look at this scope just to retrieve a previous waveform. Number 1, 2, recall 1, 2, recall. Right, that is what it should look like. Exactly what it should look like. Once we've carried out our adjustments, that's on a well tested out the door unit, that display, so we know that's good. So I'm going to try and see if I can remember the setup, the number of the setups for this setup. Number 1 recall. Yeah, number 1 is right. That is the FM coming out of the unit as we speak, and that is not bad. That is very, in fact there's nothing to do there. I'll do it anyway so you can see what it's like, but that is bang on, that really is. And what we're looking for is the entry and exits. So we're looking at the entry of this waveform, or this one, whichever one you want to look at, and the exits. That entails to the enter and the exit guides of our unit. So if I mess around with our entry guide, just get the right tool for it. Right, it's just about there. Right, there it goes down. And screwing the guide down, you can see that the entry point of the waveform is shot to pieces. Interestingly enough, the audio that I'm listening to is still very good. We'll take it outwards this time. That's unscrewing the entry of the guide. Oh, and now I've got broken audio, and you can see the waveform is nowhere near what it should be. That's wrong as wrong can be. So if I put it back to where it should be, there, that's the absolute maximum I can get out of it. And that was actually slightly better than it was. That's the entry guide set up, and now we'll set up the exit guide, and I will show you what guides I'm adjusting in a moment. That's just half a turn out on the exit guide, and that's no good at all, as you can see. We're going for basically a maximum amplitude with a nice square entry and exit wave, which we've got there, which in actual fact is almost exactly where it was when I first started adjusting it. Although they are a little bit out, but they're not bad. The entry and exit guides that I'm adjusting are here. Let me show you. Okay, that's your entry guide there. For this one. That's the exit guide there. We've got a perfect FM signal, and without question perfect sound too. There is, I mean, let's see if you can hear this. Okay, so that's very nice. No problems there at all. Now I did notice that there was some spin-off on this. Turn this down. There was some spin-off when I fast-forwarded it and stopped it. Let's fast-forward. Yeah, this spool has turned about a quarter of a turn out. Now it's not much, you probably wouldn't even notice it, but it ain't supposed to be there. It's supposed to stop on a button, and it doesn't. So one of those brakes that I was saying was so good is not good, and that's going to cause me quite a little bit of a problem. So we'll just take the tape out. we'll have a look and we'll see what brake it is, and I'll show you how to go about resurfacing the brake. Right, the one that will be causing this problem is, try and get some lighting on it, this one here. Where's my pick tool? Never find it when I want it. This one here. See how it comes back, look. I can move it back, that's the brake. So unfortunately, to do that we have to take the base plate back out. It's not a big job, it's held in by 2 screws. But I mean, the mech worked fine, absolutely fine. It didn't work when we first started, of course. That was the fault, but it's absolutely fine now, the mech is. Now, I could take the lifting tray back out, but I'm going to leave it in because because I'm lazy, really. And I do believe, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right, first of all, this is the brake that we'll be talking about that's causing the problems. So when that's fully engaged against the spindle there should be a slight gap just here, and that is where the brake hits the end stop, and there's no gap at all. So time has taken its toll on that. The usual thing, we've got to take off that fibre washer. Bloody nuisance when they fly off, because they're supposed to be replaced every time you take them off, not supposed to reuse them. But again, nothing. We don't use cassette decks anymore. We don't use camcorders anymore. Everything's solid state, so these aren't in stock anymore. Okay, that's off. I'm just going to reposition the camera for you. Right, the only thing I've done since I stopped the camera is I took the spring off. The spring went from here, this little loading arm here, this little catch, to this point here. But I took it off, that's all I did, and that was because I forgot to start the camera. Okay, so now we lift this brake out. Do it this side so you can see. And it's out. I'm really not very good with these demo videos, so you just have to bear with me. I'm doing the very best I can. My interest is in the servicing and not anything else really. Okay, there's our little brake, and there's a little tiny black brake pad there, which is just there, which we've got to replace. We'll replace it with a solid piece of rubber. First things first, let's just take this old pad out. It's, as usual, they're glued in, so we just take a scalpel blade, slide it underneath it. You can see the glue on this one, on these, is very good, unlike the other ones. It must be a different type of glue. I think The rest of what I've got to do here is self-explanatory and fairly obvious, in as much that we've just got to put a piece of rubber in there that is I'm going to have to get in the way of the cameras, and there's no way I can do this otherwise. Right, so it's a 1mm sheet of rubber. Before we do that, let's just score this up so it can take the glue nicely. And it's reset into a little square. I know there's no way I can show you because I haven't got a macro vision or anything, but I'll just have to show you what I've got here. There is, that's the top of it, that's the bottom, side to side, and we use a piece of rubber mat. That is 1mm thick. I believe I've got some already cut. Okay. Some people have even used the a push bike inner tube, and it's been just as good. This is the rubber, and it's a very good quality rubber, and it will fit eventually in this slot. It's not going to bore you to death. I'm going to turn the camera off, cut a piece of rubber off and stick it on there. Oh, by the way, stick it on with super glue. Okay, here it is with the brake all resurfaced, as in replaced with a piece of rubber. 1mm that way, 2mm that way, 1mm thick. But that's all done, and I applied the super glue. You just use a pin because you want the tiniest amount on there, and that's all it's got. It's the tiniest amount. Place it back. Into where it lives, which is there. And then it's just a case of reverse engineering what you've done. Right. Reverse engineering what you've done, in as much as now the brake is in place, you're just going to put the spring on and the split washer. Before you do that, of course, you've got to make sure that there is a tiny gap just here when the brake is on. If the gap is too big, then the brake won't come off. This one is just a tiny bit too big, so we just whip the brake out. That. Grab our scalpel and take off tiny little edge just here. It's not much, it's going to be just enough. I always err on the side of caution, take off too much, and of course you've got to resurface it again. If you don't take off enough, then it's alright, you just take it out and you know, it always lands upside down, these things. I don't know why, but right, the gap there now is very tiny. When I say tiny, we're talking about 3/4 of a millimetre or half a millimetre even. And we put the spring on, and then we put our load clip back on. Start with the spring. It's a reasonably meaty little spring as far as that machines go, but then again it does need to be, because it's got to have quite a firm brake. So I'm just going to take the spring and put it back to this post here. That's there. Now our brake is on, and because there's a slight gap there, just here now, when it goes forward it will release it, but now it's the brake is fully on that spool for sure, and so we won't get any spin off on it now. Once again we just take our little nylon lock washer, place it over the top, and then just click it into place like that. Brake's done, shouldn't be any more problems. If you want to check it, you can do, it's easy enough to do. All you've got to do is trick the mech into thinking, well, do it. Turn it on, some juice in there. Right, then I could see straight away that it pulled it right back and released it, which as long as it releases, that's what you want it to do. Trick it that it's in, trick it that there's a cassette in there, like so. There is a little tool for doing this, but there we are, that's come right off that brake as, and it allows that to rotate fully, no problems at all. So that won't spin off anymore. Just checking the other brakes whilst I'm in here. They all seem to be okay. Yeah, try taping it and see what its spin off is like. There should be none. If there's any, you've got to look into it, because it will cause intermittent chewing of tapes all the time. Slide that in, put it down. Once again, trick it so I think it's in there. I'm just going to hit fast forward. Get my finger rested above the stop button and stop it now. Perfect stop. Fast forward again. Perfect stop every time. Try rewinding it, make sure there's no spin off. Perfect stop. Hit play and it'll be doing its thing quite merrily. As indeed it is. So we're going to eject that. The next bit to do is very simple. We've got to turn it off, put the base plate back in, put the 2 screws that hold that in. That's no trouble at all, it slides through the front here, like that. Put the 2 screws in there, and then we've got to put the lid back on, you know, the servo number 2 board, and its casing back on the top, thread the wire through the back, and then we're going to look at the why we've got no light on it, which will be, I think, almost certainly the transformer, but we're going to see. Because if it's a transformer, it's a real bugger because they're not available anymore. So I'm just going to pause it whilst I put 2 screws in the deck, and I'm going to put the top back on here. Okay, well, going back to this board, this is a little bit that juts out over the battery compartment, and I've got my finger on the light switch. It won't work, of course, but it's not meant to now because we know it's broken. There's a little surface mount device just here. This is a transistor that turns on the 6 volts to this first pin here, and starts the oscillator, which gives an output here, or the pin next to it. So I think it's about 200 volts peak to peak floating. But if we look at this transistor and we scope its base, which is the lower one of the two, it's going, when I push it once it's 6 volts, I push it again, it's down to 0. It's cycling between 6 volts and 0 as I push the button for the light, so that's okay. This side here is going from 6 volts, which it should do, to a floating level of about 4, because it's not working. The transformer's open circuit, I'm sure. This pin, the one to the right, should have 100 odd volts peak to peak on it, and it's got nothing as I'm turning it off and on, nothing at all. Zip diddly, as they say. So we'll take this out. It just means taking out these 2 solder joints. I'm not going to show you how to teach a chicken how to suck eggs, because I'm sure you can do this. You've got to take out these 2 solder joints and these 2. As I said, this one is the 6 volts on and off to start the oscillator for the HT. That is the HT that goes off to drive the phosphorescent display. On the back there are 2 more terminals. They are the backup battery, or capacitor in this case, for keeping the time and date current. So I'm going to desolder those 4 there, and then lift the board out, and we're going to take this little sub board out, take the transformer off, and make sure that it is indeed open circuit. So I'll just do that now. There's a little sub-assembly board out. Transformer's desoldered, so we just pull the board off. That's the backup battery that I said about, capacitor. And we just measure this through. We've got 3 pins on one side, 2 on the other, so you can't get it wrong. The side 3 pins should have resistance between 1, 2 and 3. 100 ohms, a couple of 100 ohms or something. And then this pin's just a guide pin, and this is the HT pin. So we check for resistance between 1, 2, 3 there, and then any one of these to the HT output, and then we see what's that. I'll just do that and I'll tell you what the result it was. Well, the little subboard has been removed. There's the little backup battery on it that I told you about. All it's for is for keeping the memory for the clock. And as we suspected, this transformer that's made by TDK has failed, which is a real nuisance because they're rarer than hen's teeth. Just looking at the pinouts on it, you've got 2 close together and 1 over here. That's the furthest side from where you're viewing this, and that is basically 1 long coil with a centre tap, and that being the earth side, it goes off to the HT coil winding, which is this one here. This is a tap that's not used. Well, they're no longer available, and I haven't got any. I haven't got any. I have got this one as a complete PCB assembly. This is a known good one, but it's the last one I've got in stock. So after this one they fail with the backlights, and they're going to have to stay failed because they're no longer available. If anybody's got any, I would absolutely love to have some, but I haven't come across anybody that's got them anyway. They have got a number on the top. It's E1L481, and the failed one is E1L511. And so I'm hoping that TDK managed to come up with sort out their problem with these transformers, and that the replacement PCB assembly here is going to be okay for years to come. The mech itself is all opened and exposed. I'll just pull back so you can see that. Okay, that's all exposed piece. The nice thing about these is you can run them quite happily with the only flexi cable removed is the one that goes to the front, which is the one that's here, which is the APLS, the hold, the open, and the volume. I've got a little one, another one I can plug in here if I wanted to use it with the open. But the only thing you really need to know about this is that if you short out pin 7, which you can get to when you close the catch up on it. Right, let's see if I can get this in a little clearer for you. So when you close the catch up, as if it has got a PCB in it, then you can get to pin 7, which is the very first one there. Very first one you can get to. And when this board is closed, you may want to just short that out to ground, and that will eject or open the lid. Or you can make a little push to make switch for it with a bit of wire on the end of it, which I sometimes use, which is quite useful too. So what we're going to do is we're going to stick this sub-assembly in this, back into it here, and that should make the back display all light up and be quite happy. It just shoves in. There's only 5 solder joints in total, 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom. One, as I said before, is a switched 6-volt DC supply which starts the oscillator on this board, which drives the transformer, and the transformer gives the HT out to the pin next to it, and that then goes straight down through the circuit boards, out down this ribbon cable, and onto the phosphorescent display. And the other side is, as I said before, just the battery backup, and then there's one earth to solder on down here. So we're going to assemble this and solder this back in, and see if the backlight then comes to life. I should think that it will. I've no reason to suspect that it won't. So I'll just stop this for a second, and then I'll get it all together for you. Right, well, the sub-assembly is now put in and all connected up. The only thing that's not connected, as I said, was the eject switch here. So the other good thing is, I said, you can run this unit with this board open. You will have to have this PCB servo board number 2, which is the custom interface board on the top, because it's got a processor there that talks to the other processors on the board. There's 2 of them on the other side of this, and without them it won't do anything. But you should be able to see a little bit of movement when we first turn it on. There we go. That is standard. That is absolutely right. If we turn the power supply off for the moment, and then, if we can, wind these loading arms forward a bit. You know, the other ones that we've done all the work on. And now if we turn it on, it should delace itself, and then puts back into its rest position. There we go. All the lacing and unlacing is done by the Capacitor motor, so is the fast forward, rewind and play take ups. Anyway, enough about that. Turn it over, and hopefully it will light up. So to do this I'm going to need to turn this light out, otherwise you won't be able to see it. There we go, that lights up nicely now, it's nice and bright. There we go, so that's that done. You can just about see it with that light, so it gives you some idea. It's reasonably bright. I do have to say that these displays do fade with time, but the biggest problem of course is that transformer going out in circuit. When that happens it's just a nightmare. On this board you've got a few crystals dotted around, nothing special there. Little op amp here that very often goes noisy. You can just about see it on the corner, the bottom right hand corner of the picture, and that goes noisy, but you'll only notice it in record. And these two processors here, this one is the Metcon control IC, well, most of it, I'll put that bit sticky on it, but it's the servo control IC, and it does all sorts of things like battery level sensing and mech mode positioning sensing, outputs, so on and so forth. And that feeds another couple of ICs, and it feeds this IC down here, which is bottom right hand corner. That is just to operate your loading and load and unload motor, you know, the motor we saw that controls the main mech. And there's not a lot else to say about this board, is there? I don't think, I haven't said. Yeah, okay, well, what we do now then is we'll go into the back board of this one again, because now we know we've got the light working and everything else working. You might be able to see a couple of LEDs up here on the board working, which is absolutely right, they're supposed to be there, those two. Changing them is not an option on the front, on the side switch on these, but you will be able to change the ones on the back. If you can just about see that one there and two above it. I don't know if I can see, if you can see it, but we'll try. You can maybe just see them glowing, and then it goes to 1, 2, 1. That's just for the logic sensing. Basically they just run through a couple of through a resistor and onto a couple of transistors and do some switching, and that's mainly there for servicing points, so that you know where you are when because you can get quite confused with the logic in these. They can get a little bit complicated. Right, what I think I'd like to do with this one before I put it back together is it's got some RAM on the board there, and a ADC converter and a DA converter over there on the other side of the board. Nothing special. As I said, these caps you don't get any problems with. They don't give you any troubles. These are sort of purpley coloured ones. You don't get. I've never had any problems with these ones. They don't. They're not high. They're not very worked caps. But the problems are these ones. That's for sure. They go, and you can always tell when they go, because as soon as you touch one of the legs with a soldering iron, they smell terrible. I mean, they really do smell bad, and that is an absolute certain indicator that those are gone. I think I may even change these ones out before it, because it's. Although I don't know. The other thing I meant to say about it is if you've got a crackly volume record level switch, that's here, this potentiometer, you can spray all over it with switch cleaner spray, and you'll be lucky to get any actually into it to the surface of the resistor plates on it. But what you can do is quite handily, there's a little like almost like a trap door on this side of it, and when you leave it up it will snap off, which is absolutely fine. It won't do anything any harm like that. It snaps off. That gives you access with Servsol or some other sort of switch cleaning spray. That'll give you full access to squirt a bit in there, twiddle it around a bit, problems over. Same sort of, even if they've not begun though, it was, I'll clean them as a matter of course. The record input switches there, a little bit, just a dot of a little dot of service switch cleaner on that, and that should be, you should have no more problems with that. But these ones don't usually give you any problems, but if you do want to put a bit of service oil in them, if they're heavily trafficked or quite dirty, that's fine as well. Then this board can be sandwiched back up, screwed down and forgotten about. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch out those caps, and after I've switched them out I'll come back to them. We replace them with bead capacitors. I've got a whole load of them here, and some surface mount devices as well. But there's like quite a selection of quite a few for these things. We can get through these things like there's no tomorrow. So I'll switch them out and I'll come back and you can have a look at it after it's been switched out. Those caps have been switched out, and then we'll just close the PCB up, put it back together, and that should be about it. So it's been a very long video and everybody must be getting sick and tired of seeing this by now, but there's no shortcuts for these things. Right, I'll pause it for a moment. I haven't changed the caps out yet. I just wanted to point out one other thing. If you've got these boards out, it's the same with the other all components really, and when you're working on these things, make sure you've got an earth strap on your wrist, because these are very prone to static and you can damage them quite easily. What I wanted to show you quickly was these two boards. Now there's a difference between these two boards. This one's TCD D7 Mark II. Now this one's a TCD D7 Mark I. Now there are differences, there are subtle differences on the board. They look pretty much the same to look at. This is our one that we're working on. If I turn them over, you'll notice that where I've got two caps here to replace on the this one, the Mark II one, they haven't been swapped out, but there's actually three, 1, 2, 3, as opposed to this it's just got two there. So there is a difference in these boards, and again, looking a bit further down, these two here are the same as these two here, and these two here, this one goes down and this one goes across, and they are the same values actually, so that's okay. Yeah, I'm getting muddled up with the TCD D8. But they're the main differences between the boards. There are subtle electronics differences, but to all intents and purposes they're pretty much the same. The processors are the same, the memory's the same, everything else is the same. And these boards are interchangeable. You can swap them with the units. The software that's been set up when the software's been set up will be pretty much the same in both units, and you can interchange the boards and you'll find that everything works quite merrily. Okay, so now I'm going to get on to change these caps. I'm just going to clarify these capacitors again. On the Mark II board, that's this one, the capacitors are black, they're not white. The ones I've taken out are white, if you notice. The white ones are known for for leaking. They go faulty after a fairly short time, well, say short, 5-6 years. The replacements were put on the Mark II board were black ones, these black encapsulated ones. They've just got an ordinary electrolytic that runs down the middle of them. It's in a black plastic casing. The other main difference is that there's two more of them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these capacitors on the Mark II board, whereas on the Mark I there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you've got a couple of extra on the Mark II board. They're just, as for filtering and things, there's nothing special about them. All these parts are all available. These capacitors, these electrolytics, are available off the shelf. You can get them from anywhere. Maplin, Radio Spares, eBay, you name it, they sell it. And but anyway, now we've got those clarified and we know what we're doing, we'll just change those 6 out, and then we'll put the board back in and see if it works. Right, we've removed all 6 of the capacitors, electrolytics, from the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 there. And they relate to where the red dots are. So you just take the caps off, they're easy enough, you pry them up a little bit, they snap off, and then you clean up underneath them. I used a bit of solder mop basically that just clean up the terminals where everything lands. I put a little red dot on so I don't lose track of where I am. It's very easy to at my age. And these caps here, as I said, I've left them in place. In actual fact, if you take them caps off, the unit will run okay without the caps in place. Obviously it's not good because they're used for filtering and things, but it will run without them, just out of interest. Anyway, we're going to replace these caps, which I'll pause it now and do that because it's just boring. Everybody knows how to replace a cap. Make sure you get the polarity right, bend the legs under, solder it on, and then we use a little bit of IV glue, ultraviolet glue, and then set it with the UV light, and that just holds them in place. If you haven't got that, it doesn't really matter. It's just that we have to do things to a certain standard. So I'll get it. These, by the way, all these caps that I took off, all these 6 caps that came off, I have read them and they're all okay, which I expected anyway. But this is such a nice clean machine. It would be nice to just change these caps out. And the problems that you get with these caps when they do leak and get old, when you're playing back a tape, one level will be higher than the other, or both levels will be gone, or there'll be an inconsistency between the levels. And also during when you record something, the record levels become inconsistent as well, of which there are no preset adjustments, not even in software. They are set basically by the components on the board and the leveler in the processor IC. So these caps, we need to get them replaced. So I'll change them out now and then I'll come back to you when I've done them. It only takes 5 minutes. Right, in order to swap one of these out, it's very simple. You bend the legs back on the capacitor, making sure that the polarities are right, like this one is, and you just place it on the board with the two pins over the landing pads. Straightforward enough like that. So you can use a bit of blue tack or something to hold it whilst you're soldering it in place if you want to. I don't usually bother. I just finally get a bit of solder and tap it on roughly first of all. I don't know if you can see it, but I'll try. Keep the eye at an angle so you can see, I hope. Right, it's very roughly tacked on there, just by one leg at the moment. These caps are ideal because the profile of them is so low, it stays lower than the originals actually, because you've got to keep the profile height of them low, because otherwise they'll start interfering with the mechanism. And then after you've done that, just solder each leg on. That's one, and then we'll do the original one where we used it to tack it down. That's 2. I'll just turn it round so you can see the back, the top end of it, because that's where we're going to work on it next. This is what we repeat this on every single capacitor we change. You use just a drop of UV glue like that, and then you cure it with your UV light. That's it.
capacitors on there, and you can change it still if you wanted to change it again, but there's no need to, obviously. So that's what you do, and you just repeat it on the rest. I've done the 6.8 there. It's a red one, nice and pretty. And then I've only got to put the other 3 in now, and that's it. So I'll do that. Just pause it. Right then. Excuse me. All these caps are now swapped out or changed out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. If you want to be a die-hard, or use your own machine, and you want to be sure that these caps won't leak, the only reason I use these caps is because they were quite small but with a higher voltage. But now you can get these little beads. I mean, all of these, the volts on these exceed the actual recommendations. I think these are all 16 volt ones, whereas they use 4 volts and 6 volts ones in there. But as I say, you know, capacitors have moved on a lot, but these ones here are under no stress. But if you wanted to change them, by all means change them, off the shelf components, no problem. And as I said, the profile of it, these little bead capacitors, the profile is in fact lower than the, you can just about see there, it's lower than the original, than these metal ones that are on there, and definitely lower than the ones that were taken out. This board's now okay, should be no problems at all. So what we do is we'll stick this board back on to our neck unit. Everything's been done to this now, it's all been set up, the FM's been done. The only thing is, when you put these boards back, when you lower them down, you might get carried away with making sure that these 2 metal pins for the battery, just about to see them there, you might get carried away making sure that they are in place, and that this metal can for the DC to DC converter is in place, and not pay attention to these side switches. These side switches are very small. You can just about see the head on this one as I move it downwards, and where's the other one? It's hard to see when you're looking at the television. That one's there, and they fit into these grooves. And if you don't get them lined up, you'll snap them off. If you snap them off, you won't get another one. Before I put it back together, one thing I will point to here, but it's quite useful to know. If you want to open the door, the eject on the door manually, and just go to this little lug here. That's all it is. Just push it over to the right, or away from the switches, as it were, towards the battery compartment, and the cassette door will spring open. Just do that again for you to see. Slide it over to the right. That pops open. That's quite useful when you're working on it, but if you've got the board in, powered up and open like that, and you think you want to get the cassette out, don't go and just eject it there, because it will be laced up. And if you leave the unit alone completely, it will take about 5 minutes before it delaces. And if otherwise, you've got to push the actual eject switch, and the eject switch will delace it and then eject it. So otherwise, you're going to eject it, the door open, it will be laced up, and you'll just land up pulling all the tape out of the cassette. It'll just be a bloody mess. So and I'm sure you don't want that. So I'm just going to stick this board in, and then we'll give it a quick run up. And what I might do is show you one of the tricks that you can use to operate the complete mech without a tape in it. So it's nice to see. You won't be able to run it for long, because it does read FM off of the tape itself. Well, it's not FM on the tape, it's pretty much digital, but it will be reading the tape, and if there's no tape in there, then when this is spinning around, the head motor's spinning around, it will sense there's no tape and it will just shut down. but we'll come to that in just a moment. I'll just put this board back then. Right, that is now all put back together. And, a little bit of sticky felt is put on there. So as I said before, that ribbon cable doesn't come out of its socket. It's the direct FM from the head amp. That one's back in place. Be careful with this one because it rips very easy. I keep on saying it, but you won't get another one. Everything's in place. All you've got to do now is stick the knob on the side, put the bottom on, and it's ready to do final testing out the door. Before I do that, I am going to show you the way of tricking this mech into running first. And for that, I'm going to have to take off this front again, which is no problem because when we plug it in now, it'll all work. So if I just plug it in, you'll hear it go zit, zit, zit. There we go. No tape, which is right. Just eject it. And now what I'll do is, rather than fiddle about trying to show you through here what to do to get it to trick, is I'll just remove that and make life a lot easier for me to show you. Okay, well, there we go. Excuse me, sorry. There we go. The hinges are up. That's here. Because if I pull them down, they'll put excessive torque on the ribbon cable. Don't want to do that. So, in order to trick this mech, you need just two bits of insulation tape, and you put them over the two end sensors. There's one on the right and one on the left, just like in the old VHS and Betamax days. Right, so they've now stifled the light that's being emitted from this centre emitter here, which is infrared. That will, so it doesn't know if the tape is now at its top or at its end, well, however you want to describe it. Then take out the screw that is on this base plate. There's only two, and you're taking out the bottom right hand one next to the two switches. And then I have to use a little tool which you can very easily make. I'll just get it out. That is it. It's got two uses in knife. It's just a piece of aluminium with a screw through it, and obviously the right thread for the deck. That's all it is. Just a piece of aluminium with a screw through it. It's got two uses in knife. One, if you're working on this mech with this lift assembly down here like this, and you want to keep it down, you can remove this screw through here, the one that's through here. You can remove that screw, put that in, and that will hold this down for you like that. We're not bothered about that at the moment. That doesn't matter. So you put this little tool and you screw it into where the base plate was, the base plate right hand side, and that will hold down. You can make this very easily if you want to make it. That will hold down the first one of the two switches. I'll show you that. There it is. There's the second switch, this one, which is a tape protect switch. Goes into the bottom of the cassette for protecting it if it was protected, or you can't record on it. Second one is for cassette in, and that is what this holds down now. So now you've got that holding
you've got that being held down, and all you need to, and the end sensor's tricked. All you need to do now is trick the cassette loading bay. I'll turn it on. Yeah, it's on. We trick the cassette loading bay, and it loads up like that. If that one's turning like that, just spin the other one by finger, and there you go. It's now stays laced up, and you can. We'll go into fast forward. As long as you make sure that you're turning the other spool all the time, because you've got the FG pulses going back to the processor. No, that's going like a clappers. In actual fact, that's fast forward. Now if you hit play, it laces up. That's unlaced, and that takes it back into the cassette. But you can now see what's going on or what's not going on if you've got a faulty one. This one moves beautifully smoothly. There's no trouble at all now. We've serviced all this. As you'll see, this is for the loaded arms. That washer going round, the little brass insert. I'll do it again. Perhaps I won't do it again. Now we've got, it's just giving me an error fault at the moment, which is not a problem. We just turn it off, turn it back on. Now hit play. And you'll see that turn around nicely there. And that'll go the other way, go anti-clockwise when it takes the tape back in. Yeah. I love this mech, it's just so sweet. Okay, I'm just going to put the lift back in now, close the door back up, and then we'll try it out, see what it's doing. I'll just pause you again. Just one more thing before I put this to bed. Just clean the head so that there's nothing going on there. Because this is the D7, the D8 has an automatic head cleaner which you have to take off and clean anyway. But this is the D7, so you need to clean the head. All I'm using here is a little bit of paper, which is actually fat cut off of a post-it note. Wet it in isopropyl alcohol like that. This is the important bit now, because if you get this wrong, you can damage the heads quite badly. Well, you'll just destroy them. Right. You place this against the drum with light pressure from your finger. You can see the drum there, the upper drum. Without sliding up and down, you rotate the heads against the paper. That's all we do. And you can see how clean these heads are. Doesn't even put a mark on the paper, which is absolutely fine. If you need to clean the lower drum assembly, by all means use cotton bud, but whenever you use it, make sure that the two red dots on the head, there's a red dot one opposite to the other, because these are only a 2-head machine, they haven't got off-tape reading. Make sure that when you're cleaning the drum, you keep the red dots where the head nibs are away from where your cotton bud is, because if you go upwards and snap that head nib, and it's very fragile, that'll be the end of the head. You'll have to replace the head and the head amp. So I'm just going to put the lift in, put the lid back on, and then we'll go to the test. Okay, before we put the bottom back on this unit, I'll just go over a couple of things on here that you might need to know. This is the first point that goes to that little sub-assembly with the transformer, right? The HV transformer. That is 0 to 6 volts. 6 volts is active, 0 volts is not. When it's at 6 volts, this is the AC output. The AC output that's on it will be between 120 and 180 volts peak to peak, roughly, between 500 and 650 hertz. So it's not really a very accurate signal. It varies quite a lot. And if you've got one that's got a little bit less voltage and a little bit less frequency, then hopefully the transformer will last a bit longer. There is only 5 potentiometers on this board, on this unit, sorry, and I'll just tell you what they are. The first 4 are on the head amp, 2 of which are record bias levels for the red head amp, and the other one's a playback. They're not to be adjusted. They come tuned with the video head, and there is no procedure for realigning those parts because they're actually done on a jig in the factory as a spare part. That's the first 4, which are in a head amp, like I said, where you've seen the head amp. And then the other one is this one just here on the main board. You'll notice it. That controls the switching points for the head, and it's not recommended that you adjust it because you'll need a dual beam, not a dual trace, but a dual beam oscilloscope, and you will also need the Sony alignment tape for carrying out that adjustment. So don't start messing around with it because it will just start giving you intermittent recording and when you play it back it will become intermittent, and it's a real nuisance because you don't know when it's intermittent during the record cycle. So that's that basically. And the other thing is, when you put the bottom on this, make sure that you take into account the position of these switches. This one here, which is the long play and standard play, and this switch here, it's a red one, it's always red, and that's the AVLS, which is a circuit that Sony developed, and I really think it's a complete and utter waste of time. There's a lot of components involved in it, and all it basically does is limit the output volume going to the headphones, and the idea of it is so that you don't annoy other people when you're sitting on trains and things like that, and also you don't cause any damage to your hearing. But because it varies with what headsets you plug into it, it's not a lot of use, to be honest with you. So everybody, as far as I know, leaves it off. So that's the bottom of this thing in a nutcase, and I'll say nutcase because it's not a nutshell, and there's nothing else to really know. There's a regulator chip here, DC to DC converter there, various chips spread all over the place. It's just there's no point in me even going into that because one chip links to the other chip. I mean, these 2 processors both run in together with data lines between the 2, and they also go off to the SV1 Servo 1 board, the customer interface board behind the display unit and things. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to plop the bottom back onto this and put the screws in it, and then just put it for a test cycle, and I'll show you what that is and what that involves. That's no problems, dead easy. And then that it gets put into a bubble pop bag, wrapped up and sent back to the owner. So I'll just get and do that. Okay, that's this unit now with its bottom on, and it's all been just buffed up a bit. As I said, this is a very nice specimen of one of these units. And the people that send these in to Sony for repair don't do it on an economic basis, because the servicing that I've just carried out on this, by the time they get it back, it's going to be a lot of money. It's going to be in the best part of £200. And so they really only people that have this. The people that have this done is the people that actually love the format and want to keep their unit alive, as it were. Anyway, the first thing that I need to do is quite simple. Just chuck a battery pack in it. Now there we go. It's made all the correct noises. And the purpose of that is just to make sure that it does work on battery, and I'm sure it does, and it all does. Put the light on. Yeah, it's quite happy on battery, so that's fine. So we don't need the battery pack in now. So the next thing we do is we power it up externally.
there we go, makes all the right noises again. I've just found this Zonal tape. Now they're still going, because I buy tapes from them for my reel-to-reels. I've got 2 Reeboxes that I use all the time, and I buy tapes from them, as I say, so they are still going. They're in Scotland, but I have to say, although this tape is electrically absolutely fine, it works it's mechanically sound, and it's got not obviously nice sound quality, but it is noisy. The tape is noisy. When you fast forward it and rewind it, the cassette is quite noisy compared to if you buy a Sony tape. We just put this Zonal in. You just load it, and it's come up and it said it's at the top of the tape, so that means it's at the very beginning of the tape. So we're going to fast forward it, and I'll go into 15 to 17 seconds of winding with the head reading, so that it reads whether there's not a signal on there or not, on the tape or not. I think there is something on this tape, I don't know, because it's just this one. It's probably one that's got stuck in a unit somewhere and come in like that. So we'll fast forward it. That's got 14 seconds, stopped, and now it's gone into fast forward. And there's a little bit of mech noise there, cassette noise there, which you can hear, which is a bit, it is what it is sort of thing. But the Sony tapes are smoother, I have to say. But then again, who cares? When you hit play, you won't hear anything from it anyway. And there is some on this tape, because I can see the levels moving up and down. Anyway, we'll put this tape back to its beginning, and that in doing that process, we've checked out our fast forward and rewinds operation. Then just going to put it into play mode and see what that tape is noisy. Put it into play mode. It's at the top of the tape again. Put it into play. Now we're just going to do a fast forward search on it, which is doing. It's come up with 01 because it's the first track on the tape. I don't think there is a second track on the tape anyway, so it hasn't got one. We'll try that out on another tape in just a moment. Next thing to do is to get an oscillator, set it up at 0 dB, and plug in a 1K sine wave into it, so that it's we can see what it's like in its record mode. So I'll just grab this and put this into the 9 input on there, pause and hit record on it, and there we've got an oscillator running. It's at 12 minus dB at the moment, because it's probably on auto level. It is. We'll put it onto manual level, and we can then adjust it to wherever we want it to be. As you can see, it comes up with over as you go over its modulation level, and that will cause distortion in the FM, and obviously play distortion when you get it back. I mean, you've got to remember, although this is digital recording and playback, the human ear is analog, so it's really going from digital FM to digital to analog for you to listen to it. It does seem a lot involved, but the sound quality is absolutely superb on these little units. I mean, I really can't knock them. Anyway, we'll just zero the counter at that stage there, and we'll set this thing to around about minus 6 dB there, and just start it recording on its merry way. It's come up with write, which is what it's meant to do. That's now writing a control pulse onto the tape, and that will give you the next track search feature that we'll be trying just now, but we didn't have a next track to go to. We will have now. Okay, we just stop that now. It doesn't take long. I usually leave them running for about 30 seconds or so on these, just to make sure it doesn't chew anything up and so on. And this is an untested tape. I don't know what the quality of this tape is or anything. So we're over the 30 seconds. We'll hit play, and then we'll just hit the rewind once, and it should go back to one point of ID start, which is here, and where we made the recording. And as you can see, it's exactly the same -6 as what we made the recording at. I won't bore you, but repeat the process in long play as well as standard play, and then repeat the process with the mic input using the signal generator, and try your high and low gain. You should be able to see them. Here we are. Mic input, and then try your high and low gain switch, and then try out your auto level and manual level recordings and so on. And once you're happy with them, that's fine. Making sure that it's happy with the outside world, we'll just plug in this remote control, which is an RMTD7, and we just plug that into the side. That also you can have it for, you can put an adapter on there for giving you digital outputs and inputs on the unit, which are optical, which is a choice that you get the adapter still. They are hard to find, but they are very expensive. Anyway, this is a little remote control, and it's playing away. It's quite happy that it's gone past our stage now where we made the recording, and it's got something on the tape. I'm not really bothered with it. We try this out just to make sure that it's okay. And the only thing is, you can't renumber. If you make lots of recordings on the tape, and they're not in sequence, you haven't done them all in one go, and you've gone back to them several times, you want to renumber it so it goes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on. You can't do that on this unit. It doesn't give you any facility for doing it unless you use this remote control. When you use this remote control, you have got renumber there and erase there. There's also an auto feature which you can turn on, and that will just allow it to write the track down every time it sees a blank piece of music being recorded. And of course you've got your right button there, which you have got on the unit, which is the record button in actual fact. So I'm going to get another tape and put into this. There's on one side. Now then, the tape that I need is tape for FM alignment. We'll use that one because it's got something on it. Hit play. Just reading the tape indexing now, and there is something on that tape. Plug in a set of headphones. Of course, the ultimate test is to know whether or not it sounds okay. You shouldn't get any digital sound, digital dropout as it's known, when the tape first starts to play. If it does, then either the head addressment isn't right, or the switching points on the head amp of the head amp gains are set wrong, or the switching points on the motherboard are set wrong, or it could be even that the actual audio head with the spinning helical head is over its service hours, and that usually happens when people put the torque up too much. And just put those headphones on, and I'll have a quick listen, and then I'll see if I can right, it's playing. It's just coming to an end actually, so I'll just rewind to the beginning of that track, make sure that the ident works still. Program search, and it has, and it's even come up with the number there now, which is number 11. And there we go. And we'll turn the volume up a bit, all the way to max. I'll stick the headphones over by this camera. And
There we go. It's perfectly happy. Making we've checked it on the signal generator, and we've now checked the output on a known quality tape. There's only one other test to do now, and that's an audio test, which is to make an audio copy onto a tape, and we'll use again the Zonal. There's no reason why not. And I'll just go and get some sort of audio generator. My favourite little bit of kit here. I like these. This is a Tascam DR05. Not a very expensive unit, but absolutely brilliant. I mean, it really is first class. So I just turn that on. That's just loading, and there it is. Try the line out on it. Hit the play. And that's playing away something. Plug that into our line in. Hit the record button. The volume is up to maximum at the moment. And we're just making a recording now, which is going straight an analog input straight from this device. In actual fact, this device is practically make a DAT well, useless, redundant. That's why that people only that actually love the format of that will send them in for service. Remote control showing that it's in record mode as well, so it's quite happy. Turn it off, stop it rather, hit play, and then hit rewind. That's our test tone that we put onto the tape just a few minutes ago. Make sure that the forward search and the backward search all run quite happily. You will hear distortion on the tape when you're in search mode. If you've got the remote control, you've got two speeds of search mode. The first search is when you push it a little bit. The second search is when you push it all the way. Don't even know where I am now on the tape. It said it's not a known tape. That should be our test tone there, I think. Yeah, it's our test tone. So we just fast forward through that. That's what was on the original recording, which I left going when I was talking to you, so it's not recorded over that. And see the speed that it runs at, fast searches at. It's quite a nice speed. So this has got a faster speed if I push it down further, but it's hard to make anything out on a high speed search, to be honest with you. Well, I don't know where I've got to on this tape, so what I'll do is I'll just make another recording. In the meantime, whilst it's making that recording, I'll just stop that. Hit record. Right, I'm happy with that, so hit record and play. And that's writing it down on there. I don't actually think I recorded anything on it last time. Turn it down. Right, just explain the principles of the head on this. There is on the motor on the head a Hall effect device which is for the position of the head, which basically controls the head switching so that there's no recordings being made at the back of the head where there's no tape. This is a 90-degree wrap round machine. That's because the head is so small that it has to wrap it 90 degrees around there.
the head, which is quite a way, which is why the switching points are so important, which we just covered on that pot on the bottom board. And so as said, it knows where to turn off on the back, but there's no control pulse being laid down on the tape, so it doesn't know whereabouts each line starts on the helical scan. But it just builds up the helical scan. You just build it up in record, so it's all been put on the tape because it's switched off at the back of the tape where there's no tape on it on the head. And then when you play it back, it just plays back what's in front of the heads themselves, and then it assembles all those pieces of data in the processor, and then it outs it to the digital converter, and that is about all it does. Actually, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I haven't covered. Right, well, we'll just stop that one, hit play, rewind it one, and you should go back now to the beginning of that recording. Right, and that's the recording, which in actual fact is just ending. That's right handy, isn't it? There'll be another one on there anyway. We'll come up with another one in a second. Or two. Right, and there's the next one. Okay, so that's about it. We're all happy with that machine, and that will go on now and last for years without any more servicing to it. It might need the occasional head cleaner putting through it if you put a bit of a grubby tape in it, but because these are 90-degree wrap round heads, there is very little chance of contamination on the heads because so much of them is in use all the time. So as it gets contaminated, they will get decontaminated, as it were, as it keeps spinning against the tape. Okay, right, I'll just pause it on there now. Okay, so Sony tried to optimise on its socket use on these units because everything's crammed in so tight. So the headphone socket duals as the line output socket. To activate line output, you have to switch this over to line like that. Make sure this is out, then plug it in, and then it will come. That'll be line output now. And if you tried to adjust the volume, it would just come up and say line out like it does there. Line out. So it's on line output now, which is quite loud, but it's compatible with other line input, obviously, devices. And if you want to go to phones, you put it to the AVL off switch position, unplug this, plug it back in, and now when you adjust the volume, you'll get just ordinary volume levels. 4.3 up to 10, so, and there we go. It's all. That's just adjust the volume levels on it. So it just basically optimises on the amount of sockets that are on the unit. So it's a very clever unit. It's a very nice design. I'm an absolute lover of these machines. I do have 3 DAT machines myself. That I have a home one, a proper home unit. I forget the model number now. One of these exact units here, the D7, and I've got a D8 as well, and a DD100. So I've got a few of these DAT machines because I just absolutely love them. They're really nice. The sound quality is excellent. The recording companies were up in arms when Sony first brought this out. They were absolutely terrified because you could rip off records and CDs with superb quality. So they made it so that it's built into the software of this that you can make one digital copy. If you've got a master on this machine and you digitally copy it through the optical leads to the next machine, it will do that fine. But then if you try to make a further copy of the copy, although it's 100% exactly the same anyway, obviously. When you try to make a copy of the copy, it will not let you do it, because it will only allow you to have, although having said that, of course, you can run off as many as you like from the master separately, so I don't see the point of it. And for the analog ports, it doesn't apply anyway, because you can record as many times as you like. They were up in arms about it because they were worried to death that it was going to take over from their CDs and rip all their music off, and because very little music actually came out on DAT tapes pre-recorded, they settled on this protection of one copy from master only. Although I don't see the point of it, and in fact the recording company started using these DAT tapes to use as a master, and they would make after the final mix down, it would go onto a DAT tape and then go off to the duplication houses. So they sort of they fell on their own sword, as it were, a little bit with that. And the next format that came out was mini disc, and they used that so that I've got a couple of mini discs as well. Actually, this is one of them here, which is a really nice little unit. But they didn't fall foul of this on mini discs, because what they'd done was they made sure that there was a lot of pre-recorded music out there on mini disc, but basically mini disc just didn't cut it with the consumer, and I'm not surprised at all. Although the media was cheaper than that to put in it, the fact of the matter is, if you are purist, these do not cut it. If you listen to the sound on them, you can hear little tiny whistles and pops as the disc spins up as the laser starts to read, and the laser at the bottom, brings it up to the curing temperature, the point on the disc where you want the curing temperature, and then the information is laid on by the electromagnet on the top. That's the way around it works. At the beginning of the track, they have a top track on them, which is quite useful because you can change the order of the tracks and names of the tracks and all sorts of things. And the top is read by the laser, and it's called, in Sony's technical terms, it's called a wobble track, because it's actually burnt onto the disc. Although it's circular, round starts off at the centre, as they all do, read off the table of contents. It's a wobble track, and it's laid on there wobbly, as it were, and that helps it for tracking purposes, makes them more robust. I mean, it's a nice little system. It works well. It's great if you just want to put a set of headphones on and jog down the beach or something. But it is not a quality sound recording. It's a good sound recording, far better than analog tape, but it's not up to the same standards of one of these machines, not by a long way. Okay, I think that probably concludes the video. I've got to put a couple of pictures up on it for you, which is of the mech timing, so you know what to line up on the mech mode switch between the top and the bottom, although there is another way of adjusting, as I showed you. And just thought you might like to see, this is a TCD D8 board, which is the new step up in DATs to the D7. This is a Mark 1 board. Everything's the same, except it's got one extra sampling rate on it, which is directly compatible to CD, so that when you use optical link from CD to the DAT, rather than being oversampled, it's just 100% sampled at the same rate. Anyway, this board, I just thought you might not see it, because it's had all of the caps swapped out, including the ones down here that we don't normally have to swap out. They've all been swapped out, and I've swapped them with SMD components. Basically, no real reason why I didn't use the B capacitors. I just thought I might use some SMDs for you to see what they're like when you put them in. All the old caps, like I say, have been out, and these are the new ones, which are here, in the shadows. Here, hold on, you can't see that quite here, sorry. Here, and then here, and finally there. Anyway, that's a D8 board, as you can see, almost identical board, and incidentally it is interchangeable directly with the D7 board, but the cases are wrong because the back part of it doesn't accommodate the switch, which does the three sample rates as opposed to the 2, which is called SP and LP on the casing, and that's all they do. The only other thing that's different about the D8 is that the battery terminals are gold plated, as indeed are the phono and mic and line inputs are gold plated terminals. Apart from that, pretty much identical. Not a lot to this is the Mark 1 board. The Mark 2 board is slightly different. You can see that in the cap arrangement on the board, but anyway, just thought you might like to see that before we go to those photos.